Vamos a empezar con un ligero retraso. Pido disculpas a todas las personas que están en línea y nos están siguiendo online por este pequeño retraso, pero vamos seguramente a poder recuperarlo a lo largo de la mañana. Quería solamente presentar a la persona que va a estar coordinando la sesión de la mañana. Él es José Luis Infanzón Priore, es arquitecto urbanista. No quiero presentar todos tus méritos porque vamos tarde, pero solamente señalar que en la actualidad es director general del Espacio Público, Obras e Infraestructuras del Ayuntamiento de Madrid desde el año 2015. Esto es lo más importante. En general, todas las obras que vais a ver por Madrid, que son muchas y muy variadas, no todas, pero muchas, son su responsabilidad y hay que decir.
And I must say that since José Luis leads this department, our urban department and our urban landscape and its materiality have increased greatly, improved greatly. So thank you very much, José Luis. Good morning, and thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We are going to begin today with our third session of this very interesting Congress, which tackles futures opportunities, or opportunities for the future. This is a small introduction to the subject matter, but I hope that the 5 speakers that... You cannot hear me? We hope that the 5 speakers that we have with us today will indeed manage to present how singular landscapes are part of that great union that exists between. We're trying to make sure that the technicians can get the sound through and build spaces. So this nature, the built landscape, foster a great potential. And this is, I think, the main value, because they present the environmental values of nature and the values of built memory, materializing the synthesis which goes beyond this link. The different landscapes, the landscapes even that don't have recognized value, are spaces that have environmental, cultural, social, and identitarian values that fundamentally contribute to the quality of life of cities, their territorial location, and their cultural emphasis. This is how this cross-cutting nature helps them become spaces that can see their existence challenged. Upholding heritage and taking on new demand is essential to reinforce its strengths and reduce its weaknesses, improving the resilience. Challenges such as globalization, mass tourism, urban pressure, climate change, and the introduction of new technologies, the emergence of new uses of space, and the constant uncertainty in the face of economic, social, and cultural changes is going to be especially important, and therefore it calls for meetings of this kind so that all the specialists can discuss their experiences and approaches. Something that we will see happening during the roundtable. Hopefully, from this exchange of ideas, we will be able to draw conclusions to further preserve these valuable spaces for our urban environments. In this sense, I think that today's session is especially relevant because, therefore, it will help us tackle future opportunities. And I think it's interesting to talk of the future with regards to heritage, a discipline that normally refers back to the past, or at least the preservation of collective memory, since that preservation will possibly have to tackle challenges like, for instance, protecting historic memory with new uses and forms of management, the difficult balance between local communities and the global scale, the integration of contemporary cities, sustainability, not just for the environmental perspective, but also the economic and social ones, the comprehensive management of intersectorial approaches, and buffering potential negative impacts, and also the challenge of dynamic management in the face of uncertainty. Without further ado, we are going to introduce our 5 wonderful speakers who are going to join us today to shed light on this subject matter. Firstly, we're going to give the floor to Rohit Jigyasu, Project Manager of Urban Heritage, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management at ICOMOS; Teresa Patricio, President of ICOMOS; Celia Martínez, lecturer at the University of Granada, Department of History and Art; and Antequera, Cultural Landscape Section of the DG for Management and Coordination of Cultural Goods of the Ministry of Culture and Sports; and Javier Ruiz Sánchez, head professor at the Polytechnic University of Madrid. When the different speakers come up on stage, we will have the chance to expand on their professional academic experience. And here with me, I have Paloma Ramos. She is the head of the service of landscapes in Madrid and the city of Madrid, and she was a core person in the candidacy of the landscape of light, and she will be the rapporteur here and will help us draw conclusions that will be an input for final conclusions of these sessions, which I hope will be very interesting and very useful for the future of the city. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Rohit Jigyasu to come up on stage. Rohit is an architect specializing in conservation and a professional of risk management in India. He works at ICOMOS as a project manager, urban heritage, climate change, and disaster risk management. He's a professor for the Institute of Disaster Mitigation, Urban and Cultural Heritage in the University of Kyoto, Japan. He was elected president of the Scientific Committee of ICOMOS between 2016 and 2019, member of the Executive Committee of ICOMOS since 2011, and vice president between 2017 and 2020. Thank you very much.
Yes. So thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude, especially to Monica, for the invitation extended for this very important conference. The title of my presentation is Territorial Approach for Reducing Disaster Risks and Building Resilience of World Heritage. Well, we talk about climate change. I don't think it's anything that we don't know about. We are hearing about it every day in the news. We know what's happening with our carbon emissions, what's happening with the changes in temperature, how temperatures are really rising at an exponential rate. We also know that cities are being impacted much more with climate change, although cities themselves are responsible for climate change itself. So it's an effect on the cities, while cities also create climate change. So that's another important aspect that climate change has to be considered for with regards to their impacts. The other important thing which is happening because of climate change is that the number of climate-related disasters has really been increasing, and we know what has been happening with all those disasters that have been unfolding over the years. We have, on one hand, droughts, floods, extreme temperatures, storms. So you can see the statistics already tell us that it's not something that we don't know. We already experience climate change. This is from just recent disaster that has taken place just a few days ago. So we all know what happened in Florida and the kind of damage that was inflicted because of the hurricane that struck that region. And last year, we know about the floods that were really severe in Central and in Western Europe, Germany and Belgium being affected a lot, and many historic towns were flooded for not only days but weeks, creating a lot of damage to heritage. When we think about World Heritage cities, we know that many of those cities are located along the river or at the coastal, at the coast, and they are being impacted because of their location. And so this map, which is a bit old, but just tells us that so many of World Heritage cities are really vulnerable to flooding. And with climate change, of course, they are more and more at risk. Oh, oops, okay. All right. Okay, now you can see. So I'll very quickly repeat, but not in detail, just to take you through the few slides which you missed. I was talking about how carbon emissions are really increasing, how the temperatures are really rising. It's not only something that we expect to happen, but it's already happening. I was explaining about how the cities are being impacted more by climate change, while cities also result in climate change. So there are many cities which are vulnerable to climate change impacts, and we expect much more impact in the future as well. And also disasters which are more extreme events are also being increasing in the rate of their frequency and intensity, as we see in the case of floods, drought, extreme temperatures, storm, hurricanes. And I was just talking about what happened just a few days ago in Florida, where many historic settlements and many important habitats were impacted because of Hurricane Ian. Last year, floods in Germany and Belgium and other parts of Western and Central Europe were impacted, and many historic settlements were flooded, as I mentioned, not just for days but for weeks. And we see this phenomena being repeated pretty much. World Heritage cities are definitely more impacted because of these increased frequency and intensity of floods, as this map shows. Because of their location, many of them are coastal cities or along the river, and obviously with the climate change they are much more and more vulnerable to floods. And of course forest fires, bush fires, we see are more and more seen, as was seen last year and also this year during summer season. And many of our cultural heritage sites which are located within the forested areas, of course, are much more vulnerable to these forest fires, especially when the temperatures are really rising. We see that a lot of them are actually at much higher risk to fire than before. Climate change is also impacting our heritage because of the traditional technology and traditional materials are not used to this changing climatic patterns. So if there are places where there were adobe constructions, you find that there is much higher humidity conditions or cloudburst or heavy rainfall, and these areas which were, for example, in this case in India, which were more dry, cold areas are now much more wet areas, and so we find that a lot of traditional materials and technology cannot adapt well to this changing environmental conditions. Of course, sea level rise is an important concern that we have, and many of our heritage settlements, archaeological sites which are along the coast are highly vulnerable to sea level rise. This is just one example, but if we see across the world, there are many important archaeological sites along the sea coast which are at high risk of inundation. In fact, in some cases, like in this case, we expect these to happen in the next 50 years, which is not a long time span. And then the rate of erosion. Erosion is a phenomena that was always there, but the rate of erosion has really increased exponentially, and that's also a cause of concern for our heritage sites. Now, important aspect that we need to consider is that it's not just one kind of event that we are talking about. Multiple events combined together that create a very complex crisis situations. So in this case, I'm talking about the World Heritage City of Zanzibar in Tanzania. We see that climate change is causing sea level rise, but also increased cyclones, and then they combine with flooding and fire. So you see that the complexity of disasters because of climate change is becoming much more intense and much more complex. So it also creates much difficulty in managing disasters, because we cannot just talk about fire prevention plans or cyclone mitigation plans. We have to think about how these different events or hazards are really linked to each other, and how can we kind of manage them as a complex crisis situation. So this is just to mention one of the important survey which was done 2.5 years ago by World Heritage Center, where we did an online consultation, and I was involved as a consultant on behalf of ICCROM to help with this survey on what is the kind of impact of climate change on World Heritage properties. And this was from the surveys were done to NGOs, to site managers, to all kind of stakeholders to understand what do they perceive as the impacts of climate change. And this is the kind of result that we got. We figured out that if you see that more or less there is a very high percentage of effects from rainfall to precipitation change to change in temperatures. 50% of the sites are are vulnerable to the negative impact of the extreme rainfall events, and also drought or humidity change, storm intensity and frequency, sea level rise. You can see like between 53 to 33% is the kind of impact to all these different events which result from climate change. Well, we talk about these events, but there are also climate related impacts which are experienced because of these. For example, the 44% of respondents mentioned that there is increasing costs of property maintenance or management. And then 41% said that there is a direct damage to historic built fabric and created landscape features. The 41% spoke about accelerated or progressive deterioration of historic built fabric. And important to consider the effect on tourism has been significant, 40%. So then we also hear the impacts on biodiversity, on the local communities or indigenous peoples, the changes in the landscapes, the shortage of water, the degradation of OUV or loss of degradation of intangible heritage is also mentioned as the impacts of climate change. So we see that there are multiple direct and indirect impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties. And then if we think of other factors, and here I want to highlight an important impact is on the forced migration or involuntary displacement of people. Again, this affects World Heritage properties. When people are forced to move from there, you have less people to take care of those sites. Many of those sites might get abandoned over time. And of course, there's increased risk of social and other conflicts or violence. The relationship between climate change and conflict is very well known, and it is being established more and more clearly now. So when we asked about the key challenges which are related to the effective implementation of measures for addressing climate change issues in the management of World Heritage properties, there were essentially three important aspects that were highlighted by the respondents. One was really, which we all understand, is the lack of financial and human resources. But very importantly, lack of policies and legislation was also mentioned as a very significant challenge, because there are policies for climate change, but they don't have heritage included in that. Or there are policies of heritage, but they don't connect to climate change. So that is the kind of disconnect in policies and legislations that you find in almost all the countries. And then, of course, lack of capacities, because even if you look at the top level, the policymakers, there is a challenge with them that they don't understand how to develop and implement effective policies. But then there is also a challenge at the site level where there are not enough skills and capacities to really assess the risks of climate risks and to deal with them through mitigation and adaptation measures. Now, we talk about all these issues, but we cannot forget that there is a very strong connection with urbanization that's happening and which is affecting our World Heritage properties, or necessarily all the heritage sites, because climate change is a phenomena which is related to environment, but urbanization is very much related to human development, and how they are interconnected is when we see that the unregulated sprawl is resulting in the loss of landscapes and farmland, and there's a huge challenge with regards to sustainability. So we find also that when we talk about heavy rainfall, along with the heavy rainfall, you also have urban development around these sites where there is no way for water to go. And so you get a lot more water, but there is no space for water to disperse. And in areas where there were traditional systems of water management, we find that the new infrastructure development has blocked a lot of those areas where water could actually flow, or spread. So this is just one example. And so it's very much connected to what kind of development is happening in the territory of the World Heritage properties. It's not just a question of the properties themselves, it's what's happening around those properties, and a lot of that which is connected to urbanization that we have to consider. And this is just one survey and which was done through some research as well, which clearly shows that the higher rate of flooding is really connected to this increased rate of urbanization. So this is just to show one example. And you can see here in the same site, you had very interesting traditional water system. And that is getting blocked because you can see there is a water gate here, but on the other side, perpendicular to it, there is a road that has been constructed. So the water can no longer kind of pass by. And that, of course, creates the challenge. The problem is nobody sees the connection between them. So climate change people talk about environmental conditions, and the ones which are doing infrastructure development talk about their own problems. And see, this is just another example. Many archaeological sites which are within the urban areas are at higher risk because of the same reason, that the development around has really created very little space for these archaeological sites to be protected against higher humidity and rainfall and high intensity rainfall. I also wanted to mention the connection between climate change, urbanization, and epidemics, which is somehow we don't connect, but there is more and more research which is showing that the way our urbanization is happening, it is also, and the way environmental conditions are changing, both of them come together to actually change the way animal habitat has been impacted. So in terms of how they live, where they live, who eats whom, I mean, all this is really, again, having a lot of impact on the way we are facing already the pandemic for last 2.5 years. And of course, it has also an impact on cultural heritage. So the point I want to make is that we are not able to connect all these dots together. We see all of them very separated from each other, and that's where we may talk about climate change, we may talk about COVID-19 pandemic, we may talk about economic challenges or conflicts, but there are a lot of linkages there which we don't take into consideration. The other aspect that I wanted to highlight is the importance of traditional knowledge, which we don't really consider in really incorporating, because climate change is not a new phenomena. Climate was always changing. To think that climate change has just started is a wrong notion. So if you look at our cultures or a heritage, we know that heritage has evolved because of adaptation to changing climatic conditions. And a lot of our heritage is a very sensitive response to local landscape conditions, to the local topography and all the climatic factors. So we need to consider those. This is just one excellent example from Nepal, where I just wanted to also highlight the fact that it's not only the tangible planning of the settlements and the landscape around, but it's also the intangible activities which were coupled with that. So in this case, there were rituals which prohibited people to build beyond a certain boundary. So in that sense, they would keep the landscape, they will also keep the settlement. And in that sense, you in a way, manage to stop the urban sprawl because of the intangible ways in which the rituals or the practices got people to really be limited to a certain land mass and not extend beyond it. But the transformations that are happening, so in this case you see you had stilt houses where you accepted floods and you lived with them, but no longer you take that into consideration, and you see that you build over in the ground floor, and then of course you are more exposed to flooding. The point that I want to also highlight is climate change cannot be addressed in isolation. We are talking a lot about climate change these days, but we don't connect climate change to all these other factors that I just trying to highlight. So what I want to really mention here is it's very important for us to link climate change adaptation to sustainable development, disaster risk reduction, and heritage conservation and management. They have to be seen as happening, impacting each other. So it cannot be only we make a disaster risk reduction policy or climate change policy or the development policies. We need to have these linkages. The other question, I'm raising a few questions which I think are important. We should not just go for disaster mitigation, we have to combine that with mitigation against climate change, which is a different story of reducing carbon emissions or adaptation. And we need to think about combination of different measures for our sites. The other important thing is we have to overcome the critical challenge of mainstreaming heritage for climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. It has to be mainstreamed into different sectors. So if you think about the energy or services or infrastructure or health or governance, all these different sectors need to be connected. And again, there we need to see the connection between nature and culture across different sectors and also across different scales. From the neighborhood scale to the districts or the regional scale, we need to have that kind of bridge. This also means that at the level of ministerial or institutional level, we need to see the connections. And I have seen in many countries where climate change comes under Ministry of Environment, disaster risk under Ministry of Home Affairs, cultural heritage under culture, and then we have Ministry of Urban Development. And they all function totally independent of each other. And through the examples that I have been just showing, we know that this doesn't work in the real in the practice. So how can we integrate disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in our planning and design interventions at various levels from site to region? And here I want to express a little bit of my frustration in the fact that we are talking a lot about climate change but at a very high level. So we talk about policies and we talk what's happening at the global level and what we need to do in terms of 2030, how much we need to reduce our carbon emissions. But how much are we connecting that to what we should do at the site level? What we should do in terms of maintenance and monitoring on day-to-day basis? What should we do in terms of our assessment of climate risks at the local level? I think the two levels are totally disjointed, and that needs to be really built, that connection needs to be built, which I feel also is really crucial. Because the policies for disaster risk or climate change for heritage have to be really connected to also policies that exist for the region or the city, not for heritage, but for the territory. On the other hand, they need to be also connected to the management systems that are existing at the site level. So we see that you cannot make something stand alone. We can't have a climate plans or climate adaptation plans which are standalone. They need to be all connected. So I want to come to the last part of my presentation by highlighting on this approach that we are working on at ICCROM, which is place-based approach for heritage management. The idea about the place-based approach is that we can no longer think about management plan for a heritage site or property without thinking about the larger context within which the site is located. So the interrelationship of the site with its socio-economic, institutional, and geographical context is very critical to understand, first of all, the values that lie within the site, because they are all interconnected to the larger set of values. And on the other hand, the risks are created most of the times not inside the site, but outside the territory, and they impact the site. So if we don't look at the territory or the larger context, we cannot reduce risks to disasters or climate change within the site. So we need to have a place-based approach for heritage management. And this territorial perspective also means that we cannot think about cities, and this connects very well with historic urban landscape approach, which we are going to have anyways tomorrow in detail, that cities, peri-urban areas, and the rural areas need to be seen in terms of their connections to each other, and the link between nature and culture needs to be established much more clearly. And I think here we lack approaches, tools, methodologies, which we need to really develop more and more so that we are able to really turn these concepts into something which is more operational or practical. I just want to come back to ICCROM because at ICCROM many years ago, there was already a thinking in this area. Before even we started talking about historic urban landscape, there was a program called ITUC, and I just mentioned here Herb Stovall, who was quite crucial in developing this program. And I think it's very clear, like sometimes we know that things have been thought about much more in it before, but we kind of forget about it and we reinvent the wheel. So I just wanted to mention that the four important elements of integrated territorial, urban, and conservation are quite important to be linked together. So the lens of resilience is really important here as well, that we are actually not just moving backwards, we are bouncing forward. So while we protect our values, we also need to see how we can reduce vulnerabilities. And that means that we have to, when we try to move forward, we also take into account what kind of vulnerabilities need to be changed. And that essentially translates into three important elements that I wanted to highlight. Focus on mitigation, preparedness, and adaptation. Multi-hazard approach, so as I mentioned, complex crisis, and the approach of building back better to reduce vulnerabilities, which essentially is resilience. So I will not get into the details of the program, but I just wanted to highlight ICCROM IUCN World Heritage Leadership Program, and just want to mention these initiatives that we are now taking. So Resource Manual on Managing Disaster Risks was prepared in 2010. Now, after 12 years, we are revising it. And the revision of this manual is really essentially based on this place-based approach that I just highlighted, which is really linking people, nature, and culture. We are thinking about including in this new version, which is going to be published next year, vulnerability as well as resilience and ecosystem-based services. This is highlighted very strongly in this new manual because we are now recognizing that ecosystem-based services is an essential way of us to reduce risks. It's also learning from the pandemic. We are also including biohazards, which were not given that attention before, but now we have enough lessons to learn, so that's including. And climate change is very much included very much strongly in terms of how they connect with disaster risk management. So they are not seen as two separate things. And the role of communities in disaster risk management and climate action is highlighted in this new manual, that the revision that we are doing. So I just want to conclude by talking about this the conceptual framework with which we are working on this manual, which is actually essentially asking three important questions. Why do we worry about disaster risk management? What causes disasters? Understanding the causes of disasters and that linking to risk and resilience, and how can we achieve disaster risk management? So for World Heritage Sites, it essentially turns into why worry about World Heritage Sites disaster risks? How do we understand what are the disaster risks? And then how do we manage disaster risks? And also, the last part is very important. How do we look at World Heritage not just as vulnerable, but also as a solution provider? Because World Heritage Sites, through their traditional knowledge and through the adaptation over time, also provide us a lot of knowledge that we need to take into consideration. And so, and stakeholders and right holders are pretty important in this. So I'm not getting into detail here, but just to say how we connect our maintaining ecosystems and cultural functions, protecting values, enhancing resilience, and reducing vulnerabilities to understanding disaster risks, and then to think about managing disaster risks, both in terms of eco-based DRR services and cultural resilience. So that's where I will just end, that we have just been implementing some of the training programs, and we are just bringing out this guide with UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction on not what is traditional knowledge, but how to use traditional knowledge for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. This is now out for public consultation, so you can even visit it with a lot of case studies. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Rohit.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to introduce the second speaker. And this morning is Teresa Patricio. She's a doctor architect in engineering and heritage conservation, president of ICOMOS, and a teacher in the Catholic University of Leuven. She is internationally renowned for working on conservation of archaeological sites, has developed researches, conservation, restoration, management for some of the most important archaeological sites in the Mediterranean area. She was a president of ICOMOS Belgium, an expert member of ICOMOS Shift, and a member of the work group of ICOMOS for the safeguard of cultural heritage of Syria and Iraq. So, Teresa, the floor is yours. Thank you. Well, good morning to you all.
Thank you very much, of course, ICOMOS Spain, but especially Monica for the invitation to be here today. I'm really very honored to be in front of you to speak about something a little bit different in a different context. So the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper. Of course, this subject is very important. The nowadays world is characterized by so many significant and fast-growing threats to people and their cultural heritage worldwide. We are facing economical crisis, ecological, social. Well, we saw incredible pictures shown by Rohit. And climate change, of course, as we saw, it's today a reality, apart to be one of the most significant and fastest growing threats to people and their cultural heritage worldwide. Their negative impacts are a reality. And increasing concentrations of greenhouse gases driven by human activity, the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation are already eating the planet and producing hazards, damaging ecosystems, infrastructures, but also social systems, including cultural heritage and cultural landscapes. As reported by IPCC, 1 million species in the planet are at risk of being lost on the coming years. Forests and oceans are being polluted and destroyed. In 2020, as you know, the ICOMOS General Assembly voted to declare a climate and ecological emergency, calling for urgent collective action to safeguard cultural and natural heritage from climate change, including not only through adaptation responses, but also the implementation of a collective precautionary approach that pursues pathways for limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius over, of course, pre-industrial levels. The General Assembly of the state parties to the 1972 World Heritage Convention took also note of the policy document on climate action for World Heritage, endorsed by the 44th session of the World Heritage Committee. And this policy document reaffirmed that the implementation of this precautionary approach is really very much needed, and that is the most effective approach for the conservation and management of the cultural and natural heritage. Nevertheless, as a society, we have already crossed the safe boundaries of the planet. The world is failing to meet the Paris targets, and the diverse impacts on heritage and landscapes are already being felt. At the same time, the potential negative contribution of cultural heritage, including intangible heritage and traditional practices, is not sufficiently appreciated. In last December 2019, the European Commission President presented a plan, the European Green Deal, a new growth strategy that aims to transform the EU into a fair and prosperous society, with a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy where there are no net emissions of greenhouse gases in 2050, and where economic growth is decoupled from resources use. A plan that aims to protect, conserve, enhance the EU natural capital and protect the health and well-being of citizens from environment-related risks and impacts, proposing to do this transition in a just and inclusive way. The Green Deal is an integral part of the Commission strategies to implement the United Nations 2030 agenda, and of course the Sustainable Development Goals. At the launch of this Green Deal, the European Commission President told that this is a moment like the man walking on the moon, as the plan would make Europe the first climate-neutral continent. So imagine our reaction of international organizations when the Green Deal was published, making no special place for cultural and heritage in this transformative program. Although everyone thinks about climate change, what about the influence of culture and heritage on climate change and the cultural dimension of the climate action? As an heritage organization, of course, ICOMOS takes it as self-evident fact that the sustainable use of heritage is the cornerstone of the activities aiming at mitigation the effects of climate change. The discovery so that the European Green Deal was not making place for culture and heritage in its transformative program, it was for us a clear message, an urgent reminder of the need to clearly articulate the cultural dimension, climate transformation actions, and the role of cultural heritage in achieving the Green Deal's ambition. So for this reason, Europa Nostra joined forces with ICOMOS, and the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper was produced with this close cooperation and with the Climate Heritage Network, with the input of other members of the European Heritage Alliance. It was supported by the European Investment Bank Institute and the Creative Europe program of the European Union. It was released in March 2021, and we are especially proud that this was really the result of a collaborative effort in order to offer our collective insight and know-how on cultural heritage as an essential component in a fair transition to a sustainable and climate-neutral Europe. As Andrew put, I'm sure that all of you know him, is an ICOMOS member, but Andrew is also the lead author of the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper. And if you allow me, I quote, I profit to, and before I'd like to also to thank Andrews for his incredible work on climate change, and also to thank him for the insights he gave to me for the presentation here today to you. So, if you allow me, I will quote what Andrew told. The European Cultural Heritage Green Paper aims to integrate cultural heritage into climate action and inspire the mobilization of the heritage community for transformative climate action. Holding global warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius is our best chance of sparing the planet, its people and their culture from the worst impacts of climate change. The European Green Deal helps put the world on that path. The future of Europe's cultural heritage depends on its success. At the same time, Europe's shared values and common heritage offer undeniable potential to help accomplish the Green Deal mission. This is why cultural heritage is essential to the success of the European Green Deal. End of the quote. So Europe's rich cultural heritage can support the implementation of every element of the European Green Deal. Culture-based strategies can help to increase the ambition and the capacity of communities to act, support climate adaptation and resilience, contribute to mitigation interventions to reduce gas emissions, and to address loss and damage from climate impacts. Cultural heritage is so particularly central to Green Deal strategies focused on Europe's urban and rural landscapes, such as the renovation wave and the new European Bauhaus, but I will not speak about this today. The European Heritage Green Paper is based on the framework defined in 2019 by the ICOMOS report, The Future of Our Past. The report is intended for site managers, scientists, researchers, but also to climate activists and policymakers, designing a framework to put forward a multidisciplinary approach to cultural heritage. Cultural heritage offers immense and virtually untapped potential to drive climate action and support ethical and equitable transitions by communities toward low-carbon, climate-resilient development pathways. Realizing that potential, however, requires both better recognition of the cultural dimensions of climate change and adjusting the aims and methodologies of heritage practice. So the ICOMOS report concludes that better addressing the ways in which cultural heritage is both impacted by climate change and the source of resilience for communities would increase the ambition for and the effectiveness of transformative change. So for us, of course, cultural heritage is part of the solution. And the European Heritage Green Paper advanced these twin goals with recommendations that aim at both heritage operators and policy makers. And also, allow me to big point, and I'm really happy for that, that the Green Paper goes hand-to-hand to our recent and significant initiative from ICOMOS, the quality principles for EU-funded interventions with potential impact on cultural heritage. These provide useful recommendations and selection criteria for all stakeholders directly or indirectly engaged in EU-funded interventions that could impact on cultural heritage. Can be used to strengthen the foundations for sustainable investment, which is crucial to implementing the European Green Deal. But let me present a few details, perhaps more related and more relevant for our meeting today. The European Green Deal is probably the most ambitious climate plan ever prepared in the world. Climate science tells us that to avoid the worst impacts on climate change, we need to limit the increase in global temperature. The European Green Deal aims a zero pollution ambition for a toxic-free environment by launching a set of policies that will transform the economy, industry, production and consumption, infrastructures, construction, food, social, and much more. It aims to address the biodiversity crisis, promising new strategies for Europe where environmental and economical and social sustainability are approached together end-to-end. The Green Deal puts Europe on track to stop global warming. That is why we and all of us who work with in cultural heritage sector, who cares about saving the planet and its cultural heritage, need this European Green Deal to succeed and to be implemented not only inside European borders, but also outside, and especially with our neighbors' countries. So, while preparing the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper, the team approached the various topics of concern as real convinced actors for the ecological transition, convinced that heritage and culture are essential to the success of the Green Deal project. And the Green Paper proposed many strategies advocating to maximize win-win outcomes to people and cultural heritage that advance climate action and the safeguarding of the cultural heritage. This is, in fact, in the heart of the Green Paper. So, Green Deal deals itself that careful attention will have to be taken to potential tensions between economic, environmental and social objectives. The Green Paper tried to be very direct about these potential tensions. This includes precise intentions between climate action and other types of conservation of heritage values, for instance, with wind farms in cultural landscapes, intensive retrofitting of historic buildings for energy efficiency, large-scale demolition of historic areas and construction of new neighborhoods, the gradual abandon of traditional livelihoods, the problem of intensive forms of exploitation of heritage sites and urban areas, the intensive forms of cultural tourism, and this is only, of course, to name a few. All heritage sites, urban and rural, also areas, should maximize win-win actions and outcomes. Achieving win-win outcomes is an area where cultural heritage can play a serious and important role. In addition to their intrinsic value, cultural and heritage bring valuable social and economic benefits, embracing the cultural and heritage co-benefits of conservation and renovation, as the repair, reuse, recovery and regeneration of historic buildings, but especially the use of traditional construction techniques, crafts and local knowledge. So, the European Green Deal is made of a series of green transition plans that address the major sectors of European economy. The Green Paper analyzes how cultural heritage correlate the 9 sectors of the Green Deal: supplying clean, affordable and secure energy, mobilizing industry for a clean and circular economy, building and renovating in an energy and resource efficiency way, mobility and transport, so accelerating the shift to sustainable and smart mobility. From farm to fork, fair, healthy and environmentally friendly food system, pursuing green finances and investment and ensuring a just transition, greening national budget and sending the right price signals, mobilizing research and fostering innovation, activating education and training, and of course the EU external relations, what the so-called Green Deal diplomacy. We don't have time, of course, to go through all the Green Paper sectors, all these 9 points, all these 9 topics, but there are 2 perhaps that I think can be interesting to speak here today. The production and use of energy represents 75% of the EU gas emissions. Decarbonizing energy systems is critical to reach climate neutrality by 2050. The Green Paper lays out the constructive role of cultural heritage that can play in achieving this aim. The most critical things to know here is that the EU new strategy for energy efficiency system integration put energy efficiency first. This is crucial. Energy efficiency can mean less wind farms also, and of course with less impact on biodiversity and cultural heritage, including cultural landscapes. Achieving energy efficiency is a path to win-win outcomes, and is an area where cultural heritage can play a serious and important role. But as I already told, we need to embrace the cultural and heritage co-benefits of the repair and reuse. So linking energy efficiency targets to the ethics of cultural heritage will be a huge step towards tackling the problem and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as fully electrifying and improving the environmental efficiency of historic buildings. So, of course, we are not defending that, of course, every building or every historical building in Europe should respond to energy efficiency requirements. Some historical buildings cannot be made energy efficiency without altering and changing their major characteristics and historical values, but many of others can be. So many works have been developed in Europe about this matter, but at the EU level, it is urgent to have a platform of constructive dialogue between heritage bodies and renewable industries to increase the capacity for good practice for interventions with potential positive impact upon cultural heritage. So we know that clean energy is the key to tackle on climate change. As I already mentioned, circular economy and the fact that it is a fundamental aspect where cultural and heritage can also play a major role. In November 2020, the European Commission released its new Circular Economy Action Plan, fulfilling a commitment made in the European Green Deal. The plan seeks to accelerate the transition from a take-make-waste extractive model to one of regenerative growth that aims to help keep resources used within planetary boundaries by reducing Europe's consumption footprint. The plan covers a variety of key aspects, but once more, missing cultural and heritage on the plan. It appears to us that incorporating social and cultural aspects would certainly be an additional benefit for a cleaner and more sustainable Europe. Cultural translates our understanding of well-being, our social, cultural, spiritual, and economical needs. We all know the traditional lifestyles with their communities and environment and ecosystems developed over centuries compete with more carbon-intensive contemporary patterns of life. Moreover, integrate culture-natural approach highlight linkage between ecological and social functions of landscapes and thus support lifestyles in harmony with nature. Despite these strengths, the action plan is continuous, as I already told, silent about culture. Buildings are, of course, responsible for about 40% of EU total energy consumption and are extensively treated under Green Deal. What is surprising once more is that the Green Deal is almost silent one more about historic buildings, about historic landscapes, about traditional building technologies. Enhancing the circular economy in the historic building and historical urban landscape sector is a key element of the Green Paper proposal. It is essential that the Green Deal promotes this by recognizing the co-benefits associated with the conservation of cultural and heritage values. Much more there is to be said concerning the Green Deal, and many other topics are of importance to the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper. Achieving the current Green Deal's targets requires significant additional annual investments from both public and private sector, and the Green Paper makes the point that this has to include financing for culturally based strategies. There is still a lot to be said. Another key issue in this area is what we call perhaps just transition. This is an area where cultural heritage can play an extremely important role, including cultural heritage, creative industries, crafts, and the knowledge of local communities, and just transition measures will help ensure community-led process, wider acceptance of change, and more durable and effective outcomes. Cultural and community-based strategies and climate sciences coming together will enhance the ambition and capacity of cultural sectors to support future research and action in climate science, adaptation and mitigation, and identify appropriate interventions in the future. In addition, of course, foster accountability of governments, policies, and intercultural understanding within the Euro region and abroad in order to build a robust foundation for peace building, stability, and cooperation in the field of cultural and creative industries. I know that you, all of you, we have already listened to the most varied reasons why cultural heritage is essential for climate action. But I really stress, I really repeat that cultural heritage have great potential to stimulate climate action, influence consumption habits, support the transition for a healthier and greener society. Moreover, I believe that cultural heritage is a catalyst for a positive change, because cultural heritage have the power to connect people to places, encourage sense of belonging, and foster social inclusion. So, we encourage all of you that work on European cultural heritage, that promote the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper while you are advocating in your advocacy on your day-by-day work. Because the Green Paper moves us closer to realizing this crucial goal, that when it comes to tackling the climate emergency, cultural heritage and cultural diversity needs to be counted in. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias. Vamos a continuar con la segunda parte de la sesión de la mañana. En esta segunda parte nos acompaña Celia Martínez Yáñez, Es profesora titular del Departamento de Historia del Arte de la Universidad de Granada y tutora del Máster de Arquitectura y Patrimonio Histórico. Directora de ERF, Revista Electrónica de Patrimonio Histórico, vocal de la Junta Directiva de ICOMOS España, especialista en Patrimonio Mundial, Nuevos Tipos de Bienes y Turismo, evaluadora externa de proyectos del Programa Horizonte 2020 del Consejo de Europa, vicepresidenta del Comité Científico Internacional de Turismo Cultural de ICOMOS y coordinadora de la futura Carta Internacional de ICOMOS sobre Turismo Cultural Patrimonial 2022. Es autora de numerosas publicaciones sobre gestión del patrimonio cultural, nuevas tipologías, turismo cultural y patrimonio mundial. Celia nos hablará de la nueva Carta de Turismo Cultural ICOMOS.
Hola. Gracias por la presentación. Antes de comenzar, quería también dar las gracias al Ayuntamiento de Madrid y especialmente a Mónica Luengo por haberme invitado a participar en este encuentro, que verdaderamente es una ocasión de encuentro, porque nos ha permitido volvernos a ver muchos amigos, muchos colegas con los que trabajamos desde hace mucho tiempo y que no hemos podido vernos físicamente en estos años, y verdaderamente por esa razón, pero también por el tema que nos reúne, pues verdaderamente es un honor y es un placer estar aquí. Como decía, voy a hablaros de la nueva Carta Internacional de ICOMOS sobre Turismo Cultural Patrimonial, sus fundamentos, sus aspiraciones o las aspiraciones que hemos tenido al redactarla y las tendencias, ¿no?, que recoge. Para eso, en primer lugar, de forma muy sucinta, os daré una visión bastante personal mía, creo, sobre la influencia del turismo en el conjunto del patrimonio mundial y de la Convención. Veremos cómo la Carta Internacional de ICOMOS de Turismo Cultural Patrimonial ha abordado esta cuestión y, por último, algunas reflexiones sobre cómo implementarla, en particular en los paisajes culturales urbanos y, por supuesto, el paisaje de la luz. Me gusta siempre empezar recordando que los 2 últimos siglos han sido testigos de un incremento brutal en la homogeneización de los lugares turísticos. Todo, desde monumentos históricos a destinos exóticos de vacaciones, se ha empaquetado para el consumo. Y como consecuencia se ha producido una reconceptualización de la historia de los edificios y los lugares patrimoniales. Algunos se han potenciado, se han protegido, mientras que se ha dejado que otros decaigan. Y esto sugiere que el turismo es una actividad con consecuencias económicas, sociales, culturales, reales y mucho más amplia de lo que habitualmente se subrayan. De hecho, afecta a nuestra forma de ver y de comprender el mundo de una forma no solo muy intensa, dada la antigüedad de esta actividad, que es milenaria, que comienza con la Grecia clásica como mínimo, sino que además es una actividad un tanto descontrolada desde el punto de vista de cómo influye en nuestra percepción. Tenemos un ejemplo muy bueno en la imagen turística de Roma, que fue modelada por Piranesi conforme a su visión muy particular de la ciudad, de su patrimonio, de la monumentalidad en el siglo XIX. Piranesi tuvo un éxito enorme, no tanto como arquitecto como, sobre todo, como grabador, y sus grabados se difundieron por toda Europa, de manera que los europeos del siglo XIX se hicieron una idea de qué era Roma, de qué querían visitar en Roma, basada en la imagen personal de este artista. Los turistas actuales siguen buscando eso mismo que Piranesi nos mostró, que no siempre es real. Esto debería recordarnos que la relevancia universal, real, objetiva de determinados lugares, ciudades, su uso turístico centenario, la evolución de las modas patrimoniales y el mercado turístico han hecho que la mayoría de los turistas visiten los mismos lugares persiguiendo monumentos y ciudades cuya imagen muchas veces quedó plasmada ya hace siglos. Y yo me pregunto, entonces, ¿podemos convencer, por muchas estrategias súper inteligentes que hagamos, podemos convencer a los turistas internacionales para que visiten el territorio rural veneciano y no la plaza de San Marcos de Venecia? Pues yo creo que no podemos. Y no podemos porque, de alguna manera, y esto es algo que a mí me gusta mucho investigar, creo que tenemos una genética turística absolutamente inconsciente, un mundo de imágenes que nos influye extraordinariamente y que hace que efectivamente todos queramos visitar esos sitios maravillosos. Pero no podemos también porque la verdad es que tampoco es que fueran solamente Piranesi, ¿no?, o los grandes viajeros los que impulsaron la sobreexplotación de algunos lugares. Los primeros intentos de categorizar lo mejor del patrimonio mundial contribuyeron a eso ya hace siglos y siguen haciéndolo a día de hoy. y, por supuesto, la lista del Patrimonio Mundial ha puesto, como solemos decir, la guinda en el pastel, incrementando el atractivo, la visibilidad de algunos bienes y dejando a la sombra otros que merecerían un mayor reconocimiento. Existe, por lo tanto, una relación indisoluble entre el turismo y el patrimonio mundial, no solo por esa influencia milenaria de esta actividad en la percepción y el tratamiento patrimonial, sino también porque el turismo es a la vez una de las causas y uno de los efectos más deseados y más temidos de las inscripciones en la lista del patrimonio mundial. Por eso, llama poderosamente la atención que entre los efectos positivos de la Convención que estamos celebrando en estos 50 años de Convención de Patrimonio Mundial, desde luego no destaque precisamente el que haya contribuido a una gestión más adecuada del turismo. El turismo no es mencionado en el texto de la Convención. Esto es normal, porque era una actividad, sobre todo el turismo patrimonial, que era prácticamente emergente, poco menos que un nicho turístico en aquella época. En cambio, sí que es alarmante que las directrices prácticas para su aplicación no hayan sido exigentes y detalladas en relación con esta materia hasta sus versiones de 2005 y, sobre todo, a partir del año 2011, es decir, hace solamente 10 años. Si a eso le sumamos el intento fallido de una recomendación de la UNESCO sobre patrimonio mundial y turismo sostenible, le sumamos la ausencia de planes de gestión verdaderamente efectivos para planificar esta actividad de forma responsable, lo que nos encontramos es que se han multiplicado los impactos adversos, la degradación, la banalización de muchos bienes patrimonio mundial y la necesidad de hacer un seguimiento reactivo de su estado de conservación debido a la actividad turística. El turismo, por lo tanto, es un aspecto crítico para la credibilidad de la Convención y para el futuro de la Convención. Una convención como esta, que es el flagship, ¿no?, lo más importante a nivel global que tenemos en materia de protección del patrimonio, no puede permitirse que se confunda con un instrumento de promoción. También es cierto que yo creo que el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial es absolutamente consciente de esta cuestión. Quizá los Estados partes no tanto, pero el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial lo es. Y, por lo tanto, en las últimas décadas se han hecho esfuerzos muy importantes para reconducir la situación. La colaboración entre la UNESCO y la Organización Mundial del Turismo es antigua. En las últimas décadas ha dado lugar a declaraciones muy interesantes en la materia. Las directrices prácticas desde el año 2011 y, sobre todo, ya en su última versión, verdaderamente han incorporado exigencias y un mayor nivel de detalle. Por ejemplo, piden incluir el número de visitantes actual y previsto tras la nominación, determinar la capacidad de carga de los lugares, determinar cuáles son las presiones de desarrollo y formas de deterioro debidas a las infraestructuras turísticas y de acogida o debidas al comportamiento de los visitantes, y todo ello se ha recogido en el programa sobre patrimonio mundial y turismo sostenible que se puso en marcha en el año 2012 entre el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial, los organismos consultivos y otras organizaciones. La idea es aplicar los principios del turismo sostenible desde el mismo proceso de candidatura, pero también es cierto que este programa se esperaba de él un plan de acción 2013-2015, del cual no sabemos su resultado, al menos a nivel público. Por lo tanto, pues creemos que es un programa en desarrollo, ¿no?, que está un poco en stand-by en busca de su identidad. Esperemos sin duda que la encuentre porque es preciso. Y en ese contexto es en el que hemos redactado la nueva Carta Internacional de ICOMOS sobre el turismo cultural patrimonial, porque lo cierto es que nuestra organización siempre ha sido consciente de ese impacto milenario profundo que tiene el turismo en el patrimonio. E ICOMOS siempre ha estado implicado desde sus propios orígenes en regular sus efectos, sobre todo sus efectos adversos, con distintas estrategias. Por supuesto, la fundamental, la evaluación de los bienes culturales candidatos a la lista del patrimonio mundial, el monitoreo del estado de conservación de los que ya están inscritos. Creó, para lidiar con estas cuestiones, un Comité Científico Internacional de Turismo Cultural en los años 70, quizá uno de los primeros de la organización, y además se redactaron 2 cartas en la materia de 1976 y de 1999 que se consideran a día de hoy pues hitos de la doctrina internacional, precisamente por haber tratado esta cuestión específica de la protección del patrimonio cultural en el marco del turismo, cuando no había otras referencias internacionales de ninguna manera en otro ámbito. La OMT, otras organizaciones, estaban hablando de turismo, pero no de la protección del patrimonio cultural en el marco del turismo. Es como nos pasa con el Green Deal y con otras cosas del patrimonio, muchas veces se olvida. Esperamos que dentro de unas semanas, a final de este mismo mes de octubre, esta carta, que a día de hoy es todavía un borrador, sea adoptada por ICOMOS en nuestra Asamblea General, que vamos a celebrar, como decía ahora, dentro de unos días en Bangkok, y ello nos permitirá actualizar la doctrina, la opinión de ICOMOS a 20 años de evolución conceptual del patrimonio y del turismo. Somos conscientes de que, aunque contribuye a su conservación, el uso del patrimonio cultural como una clave del ocio, del turismo y el incremento exponencial de visitantes que ha traído aparejada, ha centrado la atención de los bienes en la acogida turística, ha banalizado así y modificado las pautas de su fruición, de su disfrute, que ahora es consumo, y esto ha consagrado la dimensión económica del patrimonio en detrimento de su capacidad para responder a las necesidades inmateriales de belleza, de armonía, de cultura que todos tenemos, pero que solo se pueden satisfacer cuando los bienes culturales se visitan en condiciones apropiadas. Siendo consciente de esta cuestión, la nueva Carta de Turismo Cultural de ICOMOS lo que persigue es un cambio transformador, un cambio que reequilibre, que evite los enfoques turísticos basados solamente en el crecimiento económico perpetuo. En lugar de la explotación del patrimonio por parte del turismo y de la visión puramente económica del desarrollo, defendemos un giro hacia el desarrollo medido en términos de bienestar, de calidad de vida. Defendemos la consideración del patrimonio como un conjunto de bienes culturales y naturales de fruición y de naturaleza colectiva, que deben disfrutarse, compartirse de forma responsable y de los que ningún sector privado o económico puede o debería adueñarse, ni siquiera el turístico. Por lo tanto, esta Carta concibe el turismo cultural como una actividad que debe de contribuir a la tutela del patrimonio y también al acceso físico, intelectual y emocional a los bienes que lo integran. Estas ideas se estructuran en torno a 7 principios en la Carta. Para poder comentarlos en el tiempo breve que me queda, lo que he hecho ha sido agruparlos de manera que los principios 1, 2 y 5 están relacionados con la idea de que el turismo sostenible, responsable, como nos gusta llamarlo ahora, es una exigencia que a través de una planificación adecuada deben cumplir todos los tipos de turismo, poniendo la conservación patrimonial en el centro. Esto requiere identificar y respetar las distintas dimensiones de la capacidad de acogida, que es física, ecológica, social, psicológica, cultural, económica, y también de los distintos tipos de bienes y destinos. Y depende de una efectiva gestión de los flujos de visitantes, que no se puede basar en la demanda potencial, que puede ser infinita, sino precisamente en el seguimiento de indicadores sobre esas dimensiones de la capacidad de acogida. Lógicamente, los indicadores tienen que usarse para algo, tienen que integrarse en un plan turístico que sea coherente, que sea sensato, y tienen que dar lugar a medidas concretas de gestión, aunque sean impopulares. Imposición de tasas turísticas, reserva anticipada, fijación de precios de entrada, límites de acceso a los lugares más frágiles, control, reducción de aforos cuando sea necesario, regulación del mercado del alojamiento, un gran tema para una conferencia aparte, instrumentos de planeamiento urbano, control del tráfico. O a lo mejor es todo lo contrario, a lo mejor lo que nos dice el seguimiento de indicadores es que debemos promocionar los lugares menos conocidos para que puedan...
measures, even if they are not popular. So, early reservation, setting, ticket price, reduction, regulation of the hospitality market, urban planning, traffic control, or even the opposite, but maybe following the indicators, it tells us that we must foster the less known sites so that they can benefit from public visits in terms of appreciation and heritage diffusion. The use of indicators requires the consensus of all the stakeholders. It's clear that the expert managers are more and more aware of their need, but is the tourism industry and the decision makers aware too? Well, the resistance to reshape the demand makes us think otherwise. Also, other requirements is that for the tourism industry to collaborate in the investment and to control investments, and for that we need to multiply and further extend the assessment of environmental and heritage. also we have as a third principle that a millenary influence of tourism in how we perceive heritage. If it's that important, it's clear that to enrich public awareness and the visitor's experience, we need an interpretation, a presentation of the heritage that is true, sensitive, and respectful. We have to provide a valuable experience for visitors, for them to enjoy, to learn in an inclusive way. And for that, these activities have to be based on a cross-sectionality intervention of the assets and the local vision around them. Something we are concerned about is that the interpretation methods may not undermine the technologies, virtual reconstruction based on scientific investigation. They may be a means, but not the only means. And there is a trend that is being consolidated, and I think it's horrible that many places consider that the visitors are ignorant, that they are unable to perceive a cultural heritage if it's affected by time. That's the essence of heritage, and everything has to be rebuilt, in the worst of cases materially, and in the worst ones virtually. So the presentation, interpretation, diffusion of, dissemination of heritage is not always about tourism and commercial activities. They are activities that are part of heritage tutelage, and it has to be regularized and professionalized. And we want to acknowledge the cultural and heritage disciplines, archaeology, anthropology, architecture, that are the ones that have to guide and safeguard the quality of the presentation, and doing so in including the story of cultural heritage and the messages that are conveyed. So fourth and sixth principle have to do with access and governance of the goods used by tourism. So beyond the demand, then we all know that the benefits of tourism should be distributed and provide fair employment. It's essential to adopt the acknowledgement of human rights. That's part of the common nature. Guaranteeing a good decision-making on heritage, including gender equality for the minorities and the less favored. So go towards shared governance, but shared governance, if we take it to the full meaning, it's a revolution in terms of heritage. It entails that the society is really taken into account in the decision-making process, and that requires increasing empowerment so that decisions can be sensitive decisions, but can be made from a heritage perspective. We need a society trained in fragility and in heritage conservation. We are far from that, but I am optimistic because I see the societies more and more aware every day, and that will bring us closer to a better future. And the seventh principle is about the future, or, well, we could say more about the present. We want to visit cultural heritage. We all want to protect the sites and visit them, to travel. To be able to travel, we have to issue carbon dioxide. So it's a contradiction. We have to travel, but at the same time try not to pollute. So how to avoid this contradiction? We try to integrate climate action in the tourism management and cultural heritage. Climate action is a responsibility and a personal challenge, personal, collective and professional. So all the parties involved in tourism management have to minimize gas emissions, waste management, water conservation, energy conservation, conservation of ecosystem and heritage has to be a priority in planning and assessing tourism. Also, the presentation of heritage sites have to include messages already now on the impact of climate change in their conservation and on the people that are very much affected by this, and also the vulnerability assessment of cultural heritage in light of climate change are more and more important and will continue to be so in the future. So we better one of us involved in this are well trained to carry them out. I'm running out of time, but so to finish, I just wanted to emphasize some keys of the work we've done, and I have had the honor to coordinate in this charter, and one of the principles that could be adopted in cultural landscapes. To summarize, I wanted to mention that we firmly believe that this charter may formalize the change we're encouraging towards a responsible, fair, long-standing change based on a new vision of tourism that rests upon the shoulders of conservation, human rights, and collective rights on heritage, on resilience of communities and goods, gender equality, shared governance, climate action, and supporting the GDS. If we are able to pass this regulation, it will be the first text to approach these new trends and heritage requirements in a joint way, and we believe in a consistent way too. That's why the future we wish for this charter is that it becomes a guideline in every cultural destination and in all the countries and regions all over the world. That's why we have drafted it in English, French, and Spanish, but we have translations into Mandarin, Danish, and many others that are on its way. They have had a high level of engagement from scientific communities, international communities, and other organizations. For example, other consultant bodies in the EU. So we intend, once the charter is adopted, to select pilot areas, and we already have an idea on what they could be, to help us draft regional guidelines adapted to the different realities of the heritage in the different regions or different kinds of assets. And for the implementation, the practice implementation in those different sites, we have a tool we want to link this charter to, which is the strategic tool for assessment and management of the World Heritage, which is connected to the international program of sustainable tourism, and also through other programs. And since we're collaborating with the consultant bodies such as Panorama Consortium of the World Leadership Initiatives, and now really I'm finishing. When I prepared this conference, I was thinking of what principles of the charter could be applied to historic and urban landscapes, and the first thing I realized is that first of all we have to bear in mind that urban landscape are also tourism places, whether we like it or not. They are. For example, the Park, the Botanical Garden, or Central Park we were talking about yesterday, they already have a large number of visitors, so their use and enjoyment has to be taken into account its fragility, physical integrity, and the message, the cultural values and natural values, implementing the principles of this charter, but also taking us back to a pioneer document, the Historical Gardens Charter, one of the first ones in the 80s that talked about the influence of tourism in the heritage sites. And it's a charter worth applying still, even if I'm coordinating a new one. Another interesting thing to take into account is to work on management and interpretation in a sensitive, creative, intelligent way for these places, reinforcing their historic dimension, because sometimes we don't perceive they are conceived as if they were urban parks of any type. They're not. Their historical dimension is essential in relation to their refurbishment or the way we approach them. Because of their characteristics, the urban cultural parks enable us to walk around, relate to the integrating element, and they are very interesting in fostering experiences that are sensorial and interactive, but real experiences, avoiding that virtualization, spectacularization, and vulgarization, and banalization of them. That's why it's important to integrate tourism in the needs, activities, and local priorities regarding these places, and also to consider them as ways of co-living, enjoyment, well-being for the citizens, and they are essential for a physical and mental well-being. We knew that, but COVID made this even more obvious. And to finish, here where we are, in the landscape of light, and reading the file, the registration file, which is fantastic. In terms of tourism, it's important to emphasize this. First of all, it's important to identify restrictions, access limitations that may be needed to develop the tourism plan that was already drafted in the candidacy, and governance bodies that started in registration. We talked about this yesterday, to reduce pollution and, double efforts in terms of prevention, and implementing this line will benefit not just the candidacy, but the nomination. It would be good for the heritage tourism citizens and the convention itself, because we would contribute to a list of the World Heritage, not of the exceptional, which I believe is impossible already with more than over 1,000 assets registered, but a list of the extraordinary protected assets that can be enjoyed by all the peoples, and this would be a shorter and more exclusive list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Celia. We are going to continue with our next speaker, Antonio Jesús Antequera Delgado. He is a doctor architect from the High School of Architects of Madrid, and he's an official in the body of conservators of the state. He works in the management and coordination of cultural assets in the Ministry of Culture and Sports, and he specializes in the link existing between cultural heritage and collective memory and identity heritage. He's written several articles and been speaker and lecturer at many national and international conferences on these subject matters. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you for inviting the Ministry of Culture and Sports, and also the General Secretariat for Coordination and Management. And it truly is a milestone, this first international encounter that's taken place in Spain on historic urban landscape. It's quite a new typology, even though it dates back to 2005, but there's a lot to do, a lot to work on, yet a lot to define, and I am sure that this gathering will be a wonderful opportunity to continue to make progress. My presentation is going to focus on the space-time and history and the characterization of 21st century cultural landscapes. I selected these three elements because I consider them to be the main components of urban historic landscapes. They are the three categories, the three prongs that perfectly distinguish it from other categories. So here we have a brief summary of the different points that I'm about to tackle, and the concern about landscape in our cities dates back to the 20th century. It's extremely recent. And the road to get here was winding and bumpy, and there was a lot of coming and going. In coining the concept of historic heritage, this started in the French Revolution by Aubin Louis, and at that point in time, they established the foundations for this new interest and this new concern to preserve singular and isolated elements. The context didn't really matter. It was non-existent. They just regarded a monument as a one-off element, as an island in the city. This fragmented perspective, which was biased towards isolation, leads to a decontextualization that we see, for instance, in a very interesting initiative for the time, like, for instance, the Museum of French Monuments in the Augustines, which was established by Alexandre Lenoir back then. And basically, here what they did was to compile and gather materials from these buildings to show them at a museum, which was organized chronologically, and they linked everything to the French identity. And this initiative was worth praising. It was groundbreaking and trailblazing in the area, but of course they were indeed extracting the materials from their locations. This gave rise to the emergence of John Ruskin, Pierre Lebu, Camilo Goito, who focused on conservation, restoration, and intervention techniques to a greater or lesser extent, but without paying attention to the environment, to the backdrop. It was almost invisible for them. An example of this, we see it in the France of Baron Osman, in the Second French Empire, slightly before the 19th century. Here we see L'Île de la Cité, a medieval space, the original core of the ancient Paris. So clean slate was drafted to show the cathedral without its surrounding, losing all the context information, which was very interesting to understand the morphology, urban growth, etc. Here in Spain, we also took on board those ideas. We have the case of León, which is a very relevant one. Here we have a map of 1889. Here you can see the cathedral, you can see the conglomerate around it, quite typical of medieval cities with a Roman origin. And this is precisely what we could see close to the cathedral, to the apse of the cathedral, so the buildings. But this was all turned down because they wanted to show the cathedral, which was monumental and artistic, and they wanted to do away with all the hindrances. And here we're already in the beginning of the 20th century, and we have an example in the city of Granada. Literally, what they did here was to do a shortcut through the heart of the Nazarene Medina, very close to the cathedral. Here in this article of Torres Balbás, which was entitled Grenade, the City That the Disappearing City, he shows how with great impunity they tore down palaces and dwellings that we would consider completely unthinkable to do in current times. Now, in this situation, we also see the emergence of Gustavo Romanoni, who started to look beyond all those isolated buildings without a context. He started placing importance on the city as such. It's true that he talks about historic cities, but he proposes interventions that have a more organic character, so to speak, a more coordinated and structured perspective. In parallel to all these happy coincidences, we have Patrick Hedges, a Scotsman, who didn't really focus on cultural heritage as such, but on urbanism rather. And he spoke of the city as an evolving space, proposing layers, times that overlapped. He wanted to also praise the attention that this has. He also had a plan to highlight the empty spaces in Edinburgh and the History Centre. Here we also have some projects by Nora Geddes, a Swiss woman who also talked about the alleys of Edinburgh to try and highlight the value that this had. In parallel, we also had the international architect movement And we have the project by Le Corbusier, which was entitled Plan Voisin, for the center of Paris. He proposed to draw a clean slate with all these linear blocks, and this covered the area of Rivoli Street, well, the Paris that we know. And in the authoritarian regime times of the 30s, as a proof of power, because they wanted to introduce modernity through building works, here we have the work that was done in Rome to introduce La Via della Conciliazione. This was a propagandistic effort of Mussolini's time, too. And against this backdrop, in Spain, the previous heritage law was passed. It was on the 13th of May of the year 33. This was a groundbreaking law for the time at the European level, we must say that too, because it included a series of rules that were very innovative, and we have inherited them. This is, for instance, the concept of picturesque landscapes, which are the predecessor of cultural landscapes. It's true that they didn't actually define picturesque landscapes. There's no tips as to what that would mean. And this was something that was created so that they could avoid detrimental reform. So it's something that goes beyond the monuments. It also takes into account surrounding areas and even natural aspects too, natural elements. So this was very innovative of them. So national scenic sites were nominated. That's, for instance, the lakes of Segovia, which could be very, very similar to historic landscapes because it's at the bottom of the palace, and there is a mix between urban and natural aspects. Also, they also came up with the concept of basin and its environment. So they didn't just talk about historic city centers, they also talked about the accesses to them. And here we're talking about 1963. Right afterwards, in the year 64, we have the Venice Charter that I'm sure has been mentioned before, and something that it provided for at the international level. This is actually a building block or the basis for many documents that are still being drafted today. It talks about the heritage, that supporting heritage, the buffer areas around these monuments that also need to be duly noted. And this is also another step forward. This takes us to the law 16/85, which is our state law on heritage in Spain, and the picturesque landscapes were turned into cultural goods, and therefore this eliminated that category. So now they were considered historic sites or historic gardens, and it came up with a set of typologies, classifications, which have been replicated at the regional level. For instance, historic sites. And here we have an example of the 90s. Here we have the declaration of the historic compound of the city of Madrid. The next step was taken in the year 92. The cultural landscape figure was introduced by UNESCO as an interaction between human beings and nature, but this is of a more territorial nature. But this enriches the discussion, introduces a new typology, and helps us renovate the concept of heritage once again, which, as we see, continued to expand and evolve. The first cultural landscape declared by UNESCO in Spain was Aranjuez in Madrid, and the last to be declared by UNESCO is also located in Madrid. So there's another singularity.
Another great contribution is the European Convention on Landscapes by the Council of Europe of the year 2000. Undoubtedly, the great contribution and the great revolution, and I also think it's a doorstep to the concept of urban historic heritage, is the consideration of daily landscapes, non-extraordinary landscapes. We mustn't understand landscapes to be purely aesthetical things, monumental landscapes. Also, day-to-day aspects could be factored in. Our surrounding environment, which is also a landscape and also has a set of values. For instance, this is the view that we have of Madrid from the hill of Tiopio, and this could be a landscape established in the Convention on Landscapes of the year 2000. And this takes us to the Vienna Memorandum. This document was drafted by UNESCO, coining the typology of urban historic heritage, and the next contribution that it makes is that of evolutionability and complexity. They don't leave aside that complexity, and they also consider the concept of patina, that overlapping of times and spaces. So we can say that this concept goes beyond historic compounds and the different categories. This small chart goes to summarize what we have been discussing. The historic sites, as we said up here on the law, and the features that they have draw from the philosophy of historic compound. And they are based on homogenization, morphological unity, physical limits, and also there's a concept of being static too. And this is linked, even though it's not established by the law, but in practice it's linked to what had been called city centers, historical city centers, and there's historic areas outside of the centers, of course, but this is greatly aligned with this concept. And this goes back to some events, and that leads to an idea that is perhaps a bit static in time. It's interesting because it talks about intangible things, facts of the past, etc. And then we can get to the cultural landscape concept. In the state law, this is not included, but the convention was ratified by Spain and therefore needs to be applied in its regulation. And then they also talked about territorial areas. It made a direct reference to identity. In when we had the document from 85, they didn't really take this into account. And they also talked about time, the time factor. And also, urban landscapes are characterized by the fact that they are to be found in the city, the concept of the heterogeneity in the heritage and its capacity to evolve. Also, this is currently not portrayed on the state law on heritage, but we have ratified the European Convention on Landscape and the UNESCO Convention too. So from that perspective, this role is recognized, but it's not explicitly mentioned on our heritage law. So what can historic urban landscapes mean for us? What are the challenges and opportunities that this brings about? Firstly, with regards to space, we have the decentralization of heritage areas. That's to say, generally, heritage areas that are more representative and singular are to be found in the old quarter, in the historic centers of urban concentrations. But this breaks that trend because they no longer need to be found in that center. So this poses a great opportunity for decentralization so that we can talk about cities within cities, which is a very discussed topic and quite a trending one. And it also goes back to micro-narratives, local identities, etc. In the case of Madrid, we could clearly see this in the core which is within the ring road, the different monuments areas that we know of. The landscape of light would be located here too. And the old cores that also joined Madrid at later stages, districts that are to be found between the two big ring roads that also have their own heritage and their compounds, which could perfectly be urban historic heritage or landscapes. Carabanchel Bajo, the old city of Barajas, the case of the old municipality of Canillejas. Some of these spaces have been refurbished and rehabilitated not that long ago. In the case of Canillejas, they gave a new name to the square, a square of the new people of Canillejas. They rehabilitated the fountain in Carabanchel. There's also been some actions on the square. In Barajas, also, they tried to revamp the main square, which is one of the most significant squares of this kind that we can see in the area of Castilla, of Castile. Also, outside of Madrid, we have other examples. The neighborhood of Gracia in Barcelona, it's a very vital neighborhood with very interesting urban heritage ever since its beginning, before it was included in Barcelona. Or the case of El Cabanyal in Valencia, which is also now a very important touristic asset. It's a place that people want to visit. It's included in the touristic visits that are paid to the city, just like Gracia. And going back to the previous presentation, it can be also very interesting so that we can decongest the center of the city, the critical amount of visitors that want to see the most recognized and typical monuments. Now, with regards to the time factor, the contributions of these historic landscapes are linked to the concept of heterogeneity and also trying to add new heritages and new timeframes. And of course, we would, in this context, focus on complexity too. Here we have the old historic compound of the city of Melilla. There's greater homogeneity here. It is a very homogeneous place with newer interventions. And here we also see the port, the harbor, which is still in use, and it's part of that urban historic landscape. We also have the case of Almeria. I think this is very interesting because you can see the heterogeneity at play here, because in urban historic landscapes you can see buildings of this kind. I don't know whether you can see the pointer. It's already there. We cannot take steps back. This was built in its time, and it's part of the environment now. We cannot turn a blind eye on this. I mean, we must recognize that historic urban landscapes are a mix of all times, with their good and bad parts. So we need to manage this type of buildings of this nature too. In the case of Almeria, by the way, this has hit the news not that long ago, a few months ago, because it's the first time that a building of the 60s, 70s has been turned down because of landscape reasons. It's at the bottom of the citadel. Actually, the building was expropriated. They found new dwellings for the neighbors that inhabited that building, and it was torn down because of landscape reasons, just at the foot of the citadel of Almeria. Here we have the port of Malaga, the harbor of Malaga, which greatly represents urban historic landscapes which are modern and that are infrastructures that continue to work as part of the city. We have elements such as city lights, the cranes of the city, of the harbor, which are from the 20th century. These are very dynamic and versatile areas, and they need to have management documents in place that will have to be at play with urban elements, conservation aspects, etc. But also this opens the door to new realities. For instance, what happens with peri-urban areas? areas that surround these centers. And we must really share that concept. Peri-urban areas, it's at the border, if such a thing exists, a border between the city and the rural areas. I mean, it's the landscape beyond the limits, the very limits of the city. Here we have, for instance, this industrial premises of La Vega. This could be a historic urban landscape too. And there's also very industrial elements. There's also the concept of industrial landscapes. So maybe it would be nice to harmonize things. Instead of having such isolated categories, maybe we should be more holistic. Industrial landscapes that are part of the city's territory could be considered historic urban landscapes because they're testimony to a time, industries and factories that have been renewed over time and that have top-tier heritage elements and that help us recall recent modernity too. Here we have this other structure in Baracaldo, in Bilbao. It's another landscape that has great value and recalls of the 20th century. To be historic, they don't really need to go back all that long ago. They don't really need to recall of ancient times necessarily. Here we have the neighborhood of La Cruz in Bilbao, which also followed very interesting criteria. It's a historic and urban testimony, also a landscape testimony because of the integration that we see at play here. Another example in Huelva. And the third element would be memory and identity. Here we're talking about significant spaces. Its singularities is that, for instance, citizens are directly included here. In the previous presentation, they also tackled this point. Administrations are becoming more aware of how citizens need to be included in processes that have to do with cultural heritage. We also need to respect the collective memory that happened at the local place. This goes back to micro-narratives, etc. Also, identity and immaterial heritage. Immaterial heritage is more and more ever present. It's also included in regional regulations. We're talking about a heritage that also makes us think of very specific physical spaces in many cases. And also identity heritage. It's perceived by cultural heritage by the citizens, and it's not always aligned with the officially recognized heritage. So these divergences will always exist. It's very difficult to avoid them, but we must always try and tackle them and balance them out, because at the end of the day, this will result in the conservation of elements that speak of identity, and also because these are spaces that were lived. In Spain, the reference document that was created in due time was the reference for the Guide on Urban Historic Landscapes of Seville, and it's probably the most comprehensive document that has been created in Spain analyzing urban historic landscapes as depicted in the memorandum, the Vienna Memorandum. This is a very interesting publication because it characterizes memory and identity as spaces for rituals, for celebration, festivities. For instance, in the case of Easter, it describes what areas are linked to the celebration of Easter in this city. It also contains maps of scents, markets, gardens, also sound maps of areas of the city. And I think that urban landscapes offer this possibility, the possibility of introducing elements that go beyond aesthetics, constructive and formal aspects, because indeed heritage is all about the image of the city. We have, for instance, pictures and graffiti. This is one in El Cabañal that show the identity, and we also need to consider how we can further include citizens. Maybe we could come up with processes so that citizens can show their appreciation or their consideration as to what they perceive heritage to be. A practical example that we had in Madrid too was that of creating mental maps, or putting together surveys so that we could know what citizens think about the most immediate heritage around them. This is part of a research that was done in 2017. Very interesting documents resulted from this, with great value for planners and technicians. This type of documents that actually show places that may remain invisible for technicians, for the administration, because ex ante we are not giving them the necessary importance because they're not highly monumental, or they don't make us think of exceptional historical moments, but they could have exceptional value, outstanding value, and it's interesting to recognize them and include them in catalogs and proposals. In the case of Madrid, we could also mention the initiative Memory of the Neighborhoods, aligned with this, that was put in place by the City Council. This began in Carabanchel, and then other neighborhoods such as Vallecas have also joined in. It, of course, represents the different districts, and it's a very interesting initiative because at the end of the day, it feeds from pictures provided by the very neighbors that inhabit these neighborhoods. It provides a very comprehensive imagery, and apart from creating a bank of images, which are relevant for our management, for the plans that we may put together for the conservation of these historic urban centers, they can truly be relevant.
This identity is further expressed within initiatives such as small local museums. I'm sorry, I ran out of time. And we mustn't forget that it's also about not freezing these spaces, not to make them like a museum in the worst sense of the word, not to make them to turn them into initiatives, to keep initiatives alive, such as this one in Zaragoza, or interventions that are trying to boost these essential sites, such as this space that was refurbished in Almendro 710, where we qualify the old medieval wall, so by representing the Vingaerde mural. So these are small acts that are not very complex or sophisticated, but they have an impact, an extraordinary impact, or the reopening of spaces in some of these neighborhoods, such as La Finca de Vista Alegre, which is also being a very, very much visited space, and especially interesting for many people in Madrid. And well, as conclusions, we'll turn to the urban landscape as one of the most singular heritage in the 21st century, bringing together tangible and non-tangible, which is very necessary and very holistic. Also, we have to standardize the regulations in terms of landscape and urban planning. Also, we have to count with active participation of citizenship. This is essential, and it entails an important opportunity to incorporate the new heritages and other elements of the city below the city center, beyond the city center, and also the need to incorporate it by the administrations to the different regulations. It's clear, and this type has to be worked on and elaborated in the last years. Is a wonderful path that lays ahead, and it's a wonderful challenge. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Antonio. And to end with this morning's speakers, we want to introduce Javier Ruiz Sánchez, architect by High Technical School in Madrid. He teaches, in addition to this professional job in architecture and urban planning, and holding position in the public government in Spain. He's an expert in complex urban processes and landscapes and heritage, author of books and articles on landscapes and territorial, and leading several research projects. He has held conferences in cities, universities all over the world, and we can emphasize the Venice University, Bauhaus, Weimar, and also Institute of Paris and Los Andes in Colombia.
Perfecto, buenos días.
Well, good morning. Thank you, José Luis, for your presentation and for your introduction, and thanks for the invitation. I hope to be up to the level of today's morning. I wasn't able to be here yesterday. I was told it was fantastic, and I hope I don't disappoint you. I was invited to talk about urban landscape. How can I put this? Well, it's something I've been working on for several years already in university, for almost 15 years. And I think that little by little, I start seeing things clearly and asking the right questions. I have the feeling that if there's a word that has been, misused, as the word landscape has different meanings. And if we ask any one of us here about landscape, we would find each one of us a different perspective of view, and in some cases the views are not compatible and they are not very operational when approaching the meaning. We've talked at some point, and I'm going to mention some of the speeches that were before me, of the Vienna Memorandum or the European Convention of Landscapes. Also, we talked about the meaning of the concept of a historical urban landscape. For me, there's a redundancy there. Urban landscape is already something, right? Every urban landscape is historic. No, so it may be urban, rural, the landscape. It may have a different type of complexity, but the landscape, by definition, is historic. But when we use the word historic, we tend to think about the historic city centers. And from that standpoint, this small speech, I'll try to, as a teacher, as a university teacher, this is difficult for me, but I'll try to stay short. I'll try to convey the meaning of urban landscape to different peripheral landscapes that sometimes are unseen. So peripheral to the city centers, to that landscape that is Instagrammable, that we find in most cases, a landscape that is filled with tourists, with visits, and that nonetheless it's a landscape that is absolutely valuable, maybe not with exception of values or extraordinary. But one of the first questions I want to ask is, if we are able to imagine a world where everything was an extraordinary landscape and we were all surrounded by them, if that was the case, we probably be living a hell. So this would be the hell of a world. So the word extraordinary makes those landscapes to have some particularities that as such have to be considered. But the fact that we have different landscapes from those doesn't mean that they are not recognizable landscape. Many times we lose focus towards this peripheral landscapes that, from my standpoint, are one of the greatest challenges of the heritage intervention on cities. Part of this job, and I've been working on this over 15 years, a large part of this job comes from a partial job commissioned by the urban development from the City Hall on how to include the landscape parts to the heritage landscape, right? And here there's something that may not seem obvious. Urban planning, landscape, heritage, they seem to go hand in hand, but many times not so much. From these work, I'm just going to mention, but there were several of questions on the relationship between landscape and heritage. And one thing we mentioned, protection of real estate, of the object, of the asset, compared to the protecting the whole thing, the environmental protection compared to monuments. Not everything is a monument. Fortunately, not everything is a monument. We don't, all of us live in a monument, but there are some other elements and spaces and a series of, well, I'm going to introduce a new concept, a system that it is necessary to protect, and in an active way. Yes, sometimes we have to protect the past. Sometimes protecting entails transformation. We talked about complexity, the concept of Ferabec. That was a landscaper, Alexandre Chemeto, in an event plan, and for me is a great example. Is from the Isle of Nantes, where we have an active protection exercise thinking about the future. I think Chemetov is someone I've learned from a lot. And, well, his meaning of landscape is essential, is the representation of the urban processes. I think the landscape is what we see, what we feel, but the landscape represents a series of processes that are very much alive. So to get to know the landscape is not just about appreciating it that way. We have to do an exercise of digging deep into that concept. We work for the City Hall, trying to see how these peripheral landscapes are being regulated, protected in some cities. You can see the list there. So most of them European cities, some of them North American. There's a South American one in Chile. And that took us to think about value, authenticity, and the value of what's extraordinary. We took a series of cases. I'm not going to dwell on each one, but with some diversities and a size that help appreciate the complexity. Some of the cities have parts of the city that are UNESCO World Heritage, and those spaces we call the identity urban landscape, whose protection and consideration is part of the comprehensive protection of the landscape. The why, when, what for are things that have already come up. And also I'd like to emphasize for the need to elaborate on what is landscape from a systemic point of view and the identity point of view. Here I want to thank for the previous speaker for the idea of identity. What is valuable all over the world, maybe, or not everyone could be able to value some certain community values, group values, neighborhood values, and of a fragment of the city. And I'm taking this idea of landscape as a system where I would like to separate it from the monumental treatment. The landscape is not the monumental side, not even the environment of the monumental side. As we said before, landscape is a different thing, is the system we live in, and is the one that enables us to live in the city. So when one of the things that I was surprised by with the proposal of these sessions, that the landscape is part and is intertwined to the way we lived. We live in landscapes because we cannot live without understanding the landscape we live in. When we get to a neighborhood, we know we are in a neighborhood. We know where to go. We have an identity feeling that maybe we cannot express, but we know where we are. And in this way, there's a series of joint values, and the elements that are part of that group have a position. We may find elements that apparently are identical, that because of their position, their situation, may have a completely different value, not the same thing. A house from certain characteristics or a building, and isolated, than if it's surrounded by the same buildings. I think this should be easy to understand, and here we have a lot to learn from the urban landscaping, which is already a discipline since the 40s, the 50s, and the first architectural review works from Gordon Coordinación. We started to work on, and this work we did for the City Hall, and very quickly went to other recommendations that have to do with that urban landscape works. We drew some conclusion. I'm not going to dwell on them, but some things that have to do with institutional design and regulatory framework. We talked about that. And the landscape is so, the definition is so ambiguous that we don't even know where it is. In many cases, we find that it belongs to culture departments or environmental department or urban department, and even if we think that they have equivalent vocations many times, there's a miscommunication between them. And that is not a good thing from an urban perspective. If we look at it from this complexity perspective. So that's why we need to review the operational concept of landscape to have the right description. I'm going to talk about regulatory framework, but it's something that is emerging. And it's something that we are implementing every day in our instruments. Of course, this has an influence in techniques. We worked on these two cities and we drew some conclusions. Some of them are doing better than others, and this is not a compared work. I hate urban planning that in compared works, but we can draw conclusions for positive things and the negative things. For example, the importance of information. Values are relative, but there has to be objective information. No, values can change at some point, but to work on landscape, we have to have some informative body that is very powerful, because information is something that can be completed, it can be specified. Well, valuation objects can be adapted. Some things that we valued in the 19th century are not valued anymore, or some certain characters that are valued at some point, sometimes they may be disgraced when we discovered a horrible past. And, well, I don't want to open this debate, but information may be updated, but the criteria may be reviewed. The trend more and more to consider more precise spheres and more and closer to the citizen. So the landscape is very much close to the citizen, not so much the one we mentioned in the first speech, that attractive landscape for tourists. It's also, we can also define this landscape what is not attractive for tourists, and this is something essential. And the landscape is not just composed of elements, but it's a system. As a trend, the protection environmental level have more and more to do with location elements, with precise characteristics, etc. And I'm not going to stop here. I'd rather put some clear example to illustrate this. And what is true, and I'd like to emphasize this, is that there's a healthy trend to reduce the gap between the regulation of protection regulation and the transformation regulations. The gap must be considered with similar techniques to what is built with relatively traditional values. And here I'm excluding monuments. I'm talking about different kind of elements that make up another landscape, and also things that have to do with the future. More and more we find the publications of manual guides to incorporate heritage elements in the future demands. The heritage is not something to be frozen. We need to introduce environmental requirements, energy efficiency, passive or active elements, incorporating solar panels, etc., universal accessibility, and something that was mentioned at the beginning, and something we are working on and we're very much interested in, which is adaptation and mitigation to uncertainty, to environmental risks and natural disasters and climate change. So, to give you some clear examples, I'm sorry about the slide, it seems to be a bit blurry, so I'm asking you for some faith, because you cannot read it. I can see it better than you, but I apologize. For example, this Vienna city, there's not the old city that it doesn't coincide with the World Heritage that has environmental regulation that's very specific. And something striking, the regulation, as I was saying, practically, it identifies the regulation of conservation with the transformation regulation. Everything can be transformed. You can see, I'm sorry that you cannot read it, but on the right-hand side, the difference between the treatment of the buildings that can be seen from the street and contribute more to the landscape than the ones that go to the inside. And being invisible doesn't mean it doesn't affect the process, so it has to be regulated too. For example, you can see the huge complexity of mechanisms, urban mechanisms, at the service of the transformation and landscape. You can see on the top part on the right, probably none of those buildings are of an exceptional value. Well, the value is the whole thing together, and the possibility of transforming the group of buildings. So, if the building is complex, it's necessary to make the rules more complex, that the rules maintain the urban processes. If the landscape, and I think this is important, if the landscape represents or presents the phenomenon of the process to protect the landscape, we need to be aware of the processes. That's why using or basing we have to base them on knowing the processes in London, for example, and conservation areas and the listed elements, not the equivalent to our catalogs. It's also an example we can learn from. For example, the method guide of the Enfield Council. In the north of London, we have a peripheral space where values are not just historic, but they have to do with exceptionality. That it can even be a mailbox. In Carabanchel, it may even be the milestone or the access, the name of the city on the road. But what's important is the landscape values, the landmarks. Using knowledge techniques based on the urban landscaping, and we have some tradition here, may be very useful. Not to mention the identity values we already mentioned. For example, in the case of Marseille, This could be a very clear example inside of France, probably from my standpoint. It's one of the places where they carry out an interesting exercise in understanding the urban processes. Plotting may be way more identitary than a building. And sometimes we ignore these things. We are not assessing the plotting or the tracing of the land, no, they medieval or not. They maybe they have a rural or urban source from the beginning of the 20th century. And to understand, I hear and insist on the processes to assess now how the Marseille regulation, and well, it points to the future. Many of these ideas are working or on it, incorporate environmental aspects or isolation elements or other type of things. An example I like very much is the incorporation to the piano verno of the territory of a chart of landscape in Milan, where practically we overlap landscape values in all the territory. On the right-hand side, you have the municipality of Milan, and also we have a legend that overlaps landscape regulation with a landscape protection to the traditional urban regulation. So here in Milan you see not just the values but the different sensitivities, the landscape sensitivities, and not just the city center is a landscape, no? Many peripheral areas are vulnerable, valuable and sensitive to landscape. This is also an example of a city that I think is doing things quite well, which is Boston in the United States. And here I'm just going to mention the design guidelines for historic buildings to make them resilient. It's a very comprehensive guideline that we used and studied a lot. For example, that incorporates energy, environmental, and new technology aspects, and also many aspects that the society is demanding. And these uncertain times we're in, also regulations that are more or less complex in peripheral areas. For example, this is something I'm very much interested in. There's Santiago de Chile city. There's a non-centric neighborhood where we have little heritage elements, but all the transformation is linked or regulated by landscape calling in trying to meet what they call tipismo or typing. So I'm trying to be brief. I'm trying to be obedient, and to finish with this image. So all regulations have some risks, and our environmental regulations take us to the facade conservation. We have to keep these facades. Well, maybe we have to, but many times the facade conservation takes us to epidemic things that do not correspond with what lies beneath the standardization. And I was surprised in the previous presentation about the image of Canillejas. If it's not for the source, I'm from the city of Madrid, so I'm quite trained. No, I'm an urban expert, and I wouldn't have been able to say we are in Canillejas, Carabanchel, Tetuán. So we are going through a standardization process We are making more singular the city centers, but the periphery tends to homogenization and banalization. That takes us, well, that takes away the value from the city. Here is a city I've worked on a lot with the Valparaiso University, and I adore this city, and it has a part that is World National Heritage, not these hills, which are absolutely magnificent, but other ones, Cerro Alegre. Here we can see near this area we are seeing 12-meter peripheral towers to the UNESCO group listed by UNESCO. So the facade conservation is not needing, there's a color chart that ignores where these wonderful colors come from, because there's a port in Valparaiso and they use the painting from the boats, and these are very flashy colors, so that's why the houses have these wonderful colors. Now we have this completely different colors that is very unfortunate. So we are tending to trivialization, and I would like to call for Valparaiso to protest for the right for a landscape that has more to do with identity, and not just with that heritage, urban, historic landscape filled with heavy words, but that well, takes us far to what landscape really is. It's landscape is a representation or the sensitive elements of what a city that is very much alive means.
Muchas gracias, Javier.
Thank you very much, Javier. We are shortly going to begin our roundtable, including all the different speakers, so that we can discuss the topics that have been mentioned today in just 5 minutes. Great. Good morning once again. I think it's been a pleasure for all of us to hear the 5 wonderful presentations of the morning. Different viewpoints, sometimes converging too. And there were some questions that I thought of, and some conclusions that I drew by listening listening to what our speakers had to say. When we talked about risks and impacts on heritage and landscape, I thought that those very same risks and the very same impacts that were mentioned are ones that affect us all as citizens and affect all city, be it considered heritage or not. Also, just the other day we were talking about universal accessibility, and in this context I normally mention that if we create a city for the most vulnerable, we create a better city for us all. And one of the conclusions that I draw today is that if we protect the impact, if we buffer the impact, if we create a dynamic management system that will help us enhance and improve the environments, we will be creating better places for all citizens. But I also perceived some diverse perspectives on this topic. And I'd like to begin not by asking our speakers, but rather by asking a privileged spectator amongst our audience, Francesco Vandarine. He's probably the person who knows most about these topics. He came up with the concept of landscape as part of heritage. And after having heard all the different reflections, I'd like to know what his opinion is, so that we can spark the discussion amongst our speakers and have an exchange of viewpoints. So, Francesco?
Thank you very much. I'm not part of the Mesa, but just if you ask me to comment a little bit on the presentations, I perhaps have to go back to when, about 15 years ago, we tried to evolve the concept of historic city and physical heritage into a concept that would perhaps respond more to the needs of conservation, of an integrated conservation. You know, I'm an architect myself. So when I think of, at the beginning, when I thought of urban heritage or urban landscapes, my concept was the urban form, because that's what architects think. Now they think about the urban form as the landscape of the city. And this is a very, let's say, classical approach that has been codified in many disciplines, in fact. By the way, if you remember, in Italy there were Aldo Rossi, Aimonino, and then of course in England we have the urban morphologists and so on, and Caniggia and all this enormous academic tradition of the urban form. But the urban form approach is a very limited one. You know, when we think of what heritage is today. Remember, yesterday we looked at evolution of heritage from you know, a kind of a physical, strictly physical approach to something that incorporates elements that perhaps now we inappropriately, in my view, call intangible, but they are called intangible. And most of it, the integration with other aspects that normally are not considered in the architectural, city architectural urban form approach, which has to do with the evolution of the natural settings, the life of a city, which is in itself, you know, a dimension of heritage, and therefore it's a social organization and evolution, because the city is always changing and so on. And perhaps I would say even a reflection, maybe I'll leave it to you, to what is the real meaning of the authenticity in a city, because that's is a big challenge, you know, when you are in a rapidly evolving context like a city, to maintain that concept. Okay, so we put all this in a cauldron, and the recommendation for the historical landscape is the result of this cooking. We try to get out of the strictly morphological approach. If you read the recommendation, you will see that the morphological approach is included as one of the dimensions, but it's not the only one. In fact, you know, it requires an effort. Perhaps even you have to go out of the disciplinary frameworks, you know, to include and incorporate other dimensions that are as important as the physical ones in our concept. So, you know, what I saw this morning was perhaps a bit what was at the origin. You know, we look at more elements. Now, for instance, we look at objects in the city. It could be a park or a place or a public space or monuments and so on. But these are now, in our view, these are not the objects. These are not the heritage. These are the attributes of the historical landscape. It's a different approach. You know, they become attributes. They not become the object of heritage. I think it's quite an important transition. This is the first thing. Secondly, I think that, although I respect greatly the School of Morphology, and because I come from that one too, and I think they've done quite an important contribution to urban studies and urban heritage. But I think we have to go beyond that. You know, and no city is sitting in the air. You know, this is not in the cloud. I mean, the urban form is sitting somewhere else. It's sitting on history. It's sitting on nature. It's sitting on social dimensions that have to be integrated in the thing, in the concept. So what I think, and you understand now why we didn't want the historical landscape to become a category. You know, because the category approach is the wrong one. It's the one that kills the heritage. We want the historical urban landscape to be an approach, a vision, which is flexible and dynamic. And I'm the first one that says that the moment that the historical urban landscape will evolve into something else, that will be the confirmation that we took the right approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. Y en relación a
Thank you. And now, Regarding now our speakers' presentations, and regarding also the definition of the concept that Francesco spoke about, regarding landscapes, what are the conclusions that we can draw based on your opinions and your different perspectives? Because I think that some of the points that have been shared by Francesco now have also been part of some of your presentations, the complexity of the urban setting, the complexity that comes with having exclusively sectorial or partial perspectives on this. So how can this impact the production of heritage? And most importantly, how can this impact the generation of rules, regulations, standards for the dynamic management of heritage? Who wants to break the ice?
Thank you very much, Francesco, for your words. And I think you touched two important things, that it's the meaning of authenticity and the attributes that define the values of what is important for us. And I'd like to continue on this reflection of you, because something that we didn't spoke very much, we are talking about climate change, we are talking about impacts of climate change on heritage and on landscapes, we are talking of mitigation actions, but we are not talking perhaps of the beginning of the things, and Rohit touched a little bit, but perhaps is interesting to develop here for the discussion. That is, okay, we want to protect the things that are important for people, that people identify themselves, but what are the fragility of these things? What are the vulnerability of these things to these hazards that we recognize as very strong hazards of climate change? Because if we don't understand what are the vulnerabilities of this authenticity of the different values, we will have difficulties to find the right ways of mitigation and to solve the problem. And so I think we as professionals, I think we have a very important role on this aspect of understanding the fragility and the vulnerability of heritage and of the values that we identify as important for all of us and to preserve for future generations. Yeah. Perhaps Rohit wants, because...
I just wanted to build on what Teresa just mentioned. I think the whole idea of talking about vulnerability and fragility essentially means that we cannot look at urban heritage or conservation and management as an isolated, as a separate thing. What's important is to mainstream heritage in urban development, which we think like we have to manage cities as a historic urban heritage in an exclusive manner. But cities, old and new, are all interconnected. So even if we talk about infrastructure, landscape, everything has a very dynamic aspect to it. So to just say that we are going to deal with cities as historic cities as isolated pockets is not going to be really helpful. And that is why what also follows from what Francesco mentioned is that our capacity building in this area also has to be addressed to local urban development officers or planners who necessarily may not come from the heritage field, but they need to be made aware, they need to be understanding how heritage can be part of their larger development planning process. So I think that's something which is important for us. And to come to vulnerability issues, I think it's all connected to the ownership, the aspect of land use changes, the formal and the informal sector. I mean, all these are real city planning issues, and all of them have to be seen with the heritage lens. So I think that's the kind of approach that we need to have.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias, Joseph. Sí, Antonio.
¿Se oye? Sí. Hola. Sí, bueno, en línea con lo que comentaba Francesco.
In line with what Francesco said and what other speakers raised too, I think it's actually about freezing some urban areas in a way. I think that historic urban landscapes can precisely provide that capacity to harmonize life in these spaces with conservation, with preservation of all these spaces. Because the worst thing that could happen is that we monumentalize everything. that we museumalize in a way, that we make everything a museum, that from a negative perspective, so that it makes it unlivable. Venice, for instance, comes to mind, and other cities are undergoing peace processes. And we really need to postulate all these aspects. I mean, taking into account material and immaterial components, so that we can update urban instruments for the conservation and management of heritage. For instance, as was raised before, creating sound maps, creating maps that also gather information on rituals and in material aspects, repository of imagery. It's not about sticking to a specific time. It's about compiling information and creating dynamic spaces where people can continue to live. Actually, what was considered to be historic compounds, as declared by UNESCO, always comprise an overlap of times, too. If we think about a world heritage by the UNESCO in Seville, for instance, there's contribution by the Renaissance, the Middle Ages, the 19th century. I mean, there's an overlap of times. So the great advantage that this provides for is managing to make everything converge so that we can create lived and living spaces. Yes, I did want to ask a question, but please go ahead and make your remark. It's a question that I'd like to ask my fellow speakers and also the room. Generally, are we really clear about the difference between a historic compound and the approach to heritage, which includes the concept of historic urban landscapes? I mean, the differentiation of concepts is not really clear to everyone. I think we need to do more efforts to make this clearer. And also, what is a heritage category? What is an approach to heritage? I mean, here I'd like to put on the table a discussion that I really think we must consider, because over the last decade, the language that we use to speak of cultural heritage and even the activities, our concerns with regards to cultural heritage, they've undergone drastic changes. Now we talk about climate change, we're talking about sustainable development goals, we're talking about historic urban landscapes, and we stop talking about other classical topics. I don't think that's bad per se, but maybe we must reflect on this, and I think this is the right place to do it too. So I really don't have a contribution to make, but I did want to put forth that question. I do think you have a contribution to make, because actually I wanted to ask you about something. In your presentation, you said that you were an optimist with regards to the future. One of the greatest impacts that urban landscapes and heritages have, but also cities, one of the great contributions that I can make are, for instance, tourism and climate change, or one of the greatest challenges that they have to face. But you said that you're an optimist. About tourism, I mean, I have my doubts. No. But I wanted to ask the specialists too. For instance, our first speaker, who's a specialist on the consequences of climate change. Are you an optimist too, bearing in mind that some of the regulations in place in Europe could or could not be enough to revert the situation? Not that long ago, I read some papers by the European Union saying that in Europe we only have 7% of the world population, and we generate 25% of world wealth, and we invest, we have 50% of social expenses globally. So sometimes Europe seems to be an island. We get together and talk about these things, but the rest of the world is going down different avenues. So I wanted to know what your optimism is based on, if you are optimistic, of course. Yes, when I said that I was an optimist, I was not at all referring to the future evolution of tourism, not at all. In that sense, I am not particularly optimistic. During COVID, we all had the feeling that for a time there was a glimpse of a new world, because we thought that we were coming to the end of a cycle. Yes, it was the end of a cycle, but as we say in English, we are witnessing again the relaunch of business as usual. In tourism, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed at all. I was saying how we always visit the same places, the same sites. Nothing has changed. I'm optimistic with regard to the role that society can play. I've always been optimistic from that perspective. I think that the concept of community is an Anglo-Saxon concept that cannot be really translated into a world. Here, the word community is, or comunidad in Spanish, is a bit different. I like to talk about people here. But I'm optimistic because there's an increasing level of awareness amongst the communities, amongst people, and amongst individuals. This has improved greatly. I am devoted to tourism as part of the board of ICOMOS Spain, and I think that all the actions that are launched from this perspective are launched because civil society is demanding them, and there's been a great change in this sense. Before, what we did in terms of heritage was based on what the administration thought we had to do, but now it's changed. But once again, my optimism rather had to do with this. But, you know, I'm not really optimistic with regards to what's going to happen with tourism and climate change. But I'm really dying to hear what others have to say.
Okay. We have to be optimistic. I mean, if we are not optimistic, then we are nowhere. So we can just give up and just sit down and say, okay, let's wait for the doomsday to come. I think that's why we need to really start thinking and acting on what is really called transformative adaptation, which is really going for a revolutionary changes in the way we do things. Business as usual cannot happen. Yes, we are at the end of we are really in a situation where we don't see really clearly when we will be achieving that, but we cannot be pessimistic. So I think optimism is necessary, and that's why we need to really start rethinking about what are the way we have been doing planning all this while, what are our policies, how can we connect policies from different sectors by which we have divided ourselves, how can we make linkages between them, how do we connect the bottom to the top, bottom level initiatives to the policy level top initiatives. I think we need to start working in those directions, and as was mentioned, there's definitely more awareness. I mean, we are slow, of course, but there is definitely more awareness. So that would be my response. I think, Teresa, you.
Yes, no, I perfectly agree with what it was said. I'm positive also, even if I think that we lose a good opportunity to revise our way of doing tourism. During 2 years with COVID, we thought about a lot of things, but we are losing the opportunity to do something better. But I'm still positive, of course. For me, what I think it's necessary, and even from us, professionals, there is a lot of awareness. We need to continue to do advocacy. This is really very, very important in our day-by-day work, always, in all different levels. And I also think that we as professionals, we need to be humble enough to revise our methodologies of work. We need to include our perspectives, to other perspectives. We need to include other concerns in our way of working. And this imposes to be, I don't know very well the right words, but to be humble. To listen to the world, to listen to the problems, to listen for the communities that are suffering, because people is suffering all over the world, and to readapt, to readjust our way of working to give a sound answer to the situation of the nowadays world.
If I may just want to add, you made one point that a part of the world is more kind of acting while the rest of the world is. I think we have to also start to tailor responses to specific socio-cultural economic contexts. There cannot be standard solutions for every part of the world. So I think every region has to start rethinking and re-looking inwards to what they can do within their own paradigm rather than looking for some standardized answers somewhere. I think that's important as well.
Javier, sí. En esta misma
Along the same lines, I really think that we need to insist on landscapes. It's a basic topic, even though here we're talking about different things, heritage and landscapes and others. But I think from the perspective of landscape, we sometimes take an approach based on beauty, on landscape beauty. And I'd like to introduce a concept that has been raised before, by the way. Also, landscapes also induce pedagogical works. I mean, landscapes talk of history and talk of experience as communicated by a series of communities. The landscape is not shaped that way because people had aesthetic intentions on it. I've worked with landscapes that were highly vulnerable. For instance, climate change is a very emergent topic, and there's parallel aspects, like, for instance, natural catastrophes, and this is not emerging now. This is something that has been recurrent over the course of history. I do remember that a few years ago, in 2011, after the tsunami that took place in Sendai in Japan, in the coast of Japan, it was famous because of the consequences that it had on the nuclear plant, but it impacted on many fronts. And we worked together with the Foundation and Council between Spain and Japan. We were working on several aspects, and one of the aspects was that historic landscape that we're used to in Japan, it's something that we couldn't really understand without the ancestral relationship that they have with catastrophe and uncertainty. Japanese societies have been subjected to volcanoes, to tsunamis, to earthquakes. We see these wonderful Japanese houses, which are so sober, made out of paper, and we link them to asceticism and religion, which we can do indeed. We link them to a way of understanding life. We don't realize how much this has to do with the deep relationship that they have with adversity and uncertainty. Landscape is also a lesson as to how we must do things, as to how we must build a city, as to how we must make our spatial decisions, as to how we must create the community environment when we have to face uncertainty, in the face of uncertainty. So here I'd like to vindicate understanding landscape not just as aesthetic and heritage concept, but also from the pedagogical, from the teaching standpoint, because it teaches us about the thinking of communities, it teaches us about history, and I think that when we are to face challenges and levels of uncertainty of this kind, I hope that you can forgive me, because I'm going to go back to the pandemic. The post-COVID city resembles too much the pre-COVID cities. But this is not going to be the first pandemic that we have to face. We need to learn from history, and landscapes should teach us about history. So I'd like to vindicate for this. I'd like to advocate for this, for the teaching work, the teaching task that urban landscapes can do too.
I would simply like to add that I think we have to remain optimistic, all of us here. We came because we think we can do something about it, so we're all optimistic, I think, all of us here. More or less so. And we have to approach this as a challenge in relationship with what Javier was saying. The landscape is a learning space, an amazing learning space, urban and heritage landscape. The national plan to adapt to climate change in the Ministry of Ecological Adaptation includes a line to include cultural heritage. Another one includes the traditional transfer and the lessons learned from landscape to mitigate climate change. Also, landscapes can be an opportunity not just to learn, but also to bring together and mitigate somehow climate, to deal with and manage climate change. And we have municipal ordinances and different regulations that are looking for harmonization, not to leave behind this landscape, to keep them as a benchmark. They shouldn't be excluded or regarded as just from a typological or morphological landscape, as if it was something static. No, it has to be in line with times, and these are the times we're living, and landscape should also be subjected to these changes. So we should look at the opportunity that we have a lot to learn from them. Well, surely cultural and historic landscapes are an example of sustainability because they have been built, whether they be productive landscapes or cultural urban landscapes, always built based on a subtle balance between different tensions that changed, well, didn't change much in time. Maybe the greatest challenge is that the changes that happen now are more intense, are more accelerated, are faster, and it has to do with globalization for sure. But I would like, well, taking advantage of the fact that we have these experts here, for the audience to ask questions or maybe make a comment, not just questions, to any of them. Okay, let us get started there, right where you are. Okay. Thank you. I think I was the last one to raise my hand, but the first one to get the mic. So isn't this fantastic? Yes, the last will be the first. Will be the first. I just have a comment, and it may become a question too. I have the feeling that we have to still work a bit more on giving more clarity on concept and definitions. And I'm going to explain myself, because if we look at what we have on the screen right now, International Encounter on Cultural Landscapes, when UNESCO introduced the concept of a cultural landscape, they said joint work between the human being and nature. So we start from an assumption that human being and nature are two separate entities. And I think that is, well, very much from Western culture to force nature. But there aren't many cultures in the world, and it does happen to us in Latin America, that when we give the idea of joint work between human being and nature, especially indigenous communities, but we are part of nature, actually. So I think there's something there that hasn't been fully defined. If we clarify we do clarify the definition with the subcategories: design landscapes, evolutive landscapes, different types of landscape. But if we look back, this encounter is entitled Landscapes in the City, and I thought about it. It doesn't say landscapes in the city, but of the city. So using different prepositions, at least in Spanish, should make us think, should give us something to think about. There's a difference between the landscapes in the city and of, or that belong to the city. Then we introduce the concept of historic urban landscape, and I remember in a meeting held by Francesco yesterday in Rio de Janeiro, the one that took place in Rio de Janeiro in 2013, to see how to incorporate us to the practical guidelines for the convention. We propose to include the idea of urban cultural landscape, and the decision that was made, at least at that point 10 years ago, was to avoid, for the time being, that word, because it could lead to further confusion, especially when we insisted on the fact that historic urban landscape was an approach and not an object or a heritage category. I feel we still have to reflect upon that. And why am I saying this? Well, as professionals, I don't like to use the word experts that much, but we have to work on a management plan, especially with the societies or local communities. Sometimes it's very difficult to make them understand when ourselves are confused or the boundaries are not clear. We have said many important things this morning, and we take away so many things to think about. But I just wanted to mention that. Thank you very much.
Aquí, exacto.
Good morning. I wanted to tell you that I loved your different approaches, but when listening to such optimism about the future, I'd like to add one word. We have to be optimistic, but we have to be responsible too, because I think that if we don't add responsibility here, this is just not going to work, and I'd like to give you an idea to take into account if possible. And also I'd like to reduce traffic in all this area, no private traffic, and to encourage public transport. I don't know if that can be included in these days, but I'd like to mention it because I believe there's noise excess that is not good for the people that live here, nor as a whole to the city of Madrid. And that's how things are.
Buenos días. Bueno, dar primero las gracias a todos los ponentes. Mencionar, yo soy Alberto Tellería de la Asociación.
I'm come from Association of the Madrid Cultural Heritage, and we talked about citizens' engagement and their role in defining heritage. But this is the first time we organized this encounter. So there's no representation of neighborhood associations, of citizen associations. So we're back to system of administration as an organ, as a body that administers us instead of people we hired to manage things. That's a defect I wanted to point out, but I guess we can sort this out for future encounters. The second thing I wanted to say is funny. I'm listening about the threats to the landscape and thinking Madrid is a personal experience, but I think it can be, applied to other cities. In Madrid hasn't suffered great damages since I grew up. Many years have gone by, and we have minimum changes from the physical standpoint, with some improvements, some buildings, but there's been a big change in the use, how the citizens use things. We talk about excess in traffic. Of course, there's traffic that wasn't like that before. We have mobs going to museums and the botanical garden. No one went to visit it, and now it's crazy the amount of people that go visit the museum. The experience of a museum by young people has nothing to do with my experience. The Prado Museum was a very lonely place you could access for free. At any time, there was no line. You could visit every room. They didn't even turn on the lights. I've been by myself in the Italian rooms with natural light going up and down with a fantastic natural light, and it was an emotional and personal experience that has disappeared. Now you have to make a line, and and you have to devour all these paintings that you end up hating. So it has nothing to do with what it used to be. So this is, this is a guided visit where they tell you what to do. I mean, when I was young, you went to read to a park and you were by yourself reading in this wonderful place. Another day you have someone visiting and you were showing them the garden. On a different day you were doing some exercise, not myself but other people. Actually a mob running or jogging, a mob visiting. So this is a social change, and I don't know how to face this change. Climate change, of course, will entail different things. There will be a point where we'll be at home, locked up, because we won't be able to put a foot on a park because it's becoming so hot. So buildings would resist climate change plantations will resist climate change, but how to face our changes and how to convey experiences, because at the same time, nostalgia is something the elderly can afford. The young people don't know that you will have that when you become old, because you will see that the experience of this city has nothing to do with mine, and what I'm missing, I'm saying, oh, this is way worse. Well, it's worse for me. If you never knew that, you cannot have nostalgia of something you never knew. So I think it's a problem that is the key for all of this. We're trying to maintain something that cannot be maintained. We cannot stop changing our lives. And the augmented reality with mobile phones and, well, a way of life that is different from ours, I'm sure the next generation will say, oh, well, what a shame we don't have augmented reality anymore. Well, it's difficult to know what will happen, and I don't have an answer to anything, but I think that we have sorted out the physical side of maintaining the conservation of landscape, but not the spiritual side, and I don't know if you have a solution for this.
Si queréis, terminamos la ronda de preguntas, porque había dos más, o de intervenciones, y luego respondéis a quien os parezca oportuno.
Thank you very much for your presentation. A quick comment, we could also add as a layer the reference to, for example, 72 is also the Stockholm conference on the Meadows report, Group of Rome, on the limits to growth, a very Western developed countries approach. 87, the Broughton report on the economic, the environment and the social. Perhaps one we could say also that an aspect is, again, the notion of quality of life. How does that link with territorial development? And see that consider that maybe the, let's say, evolution of some of these documents is actually focusing on people and this notion of quality of life. It is embedded in the in Europe and the landscape conventions, which is a duty also to look at quality of life for citizens. So this whole dimension, again, and it goes with what you were all saying on integrated approach and territorial, but the way the 70s and the 60s were really looking at people, quality of life, and how maybe the 80s and 90s commodified heritage and culture through the tertiary sector. So there's been a sort of evolution in the thinking and the objectives. And then today, definitely, quality of life, people, is more at the center, but we need to still connect.
Okay, it's not really a question. It's in response to something an earlier speaker said about the term cultural landscape. That I think it might be helpful that we often think about it as a kind of spectrum, and the UNESCO definition actually follows that to some extent. That on one end you would have an associative cultural landscape where there isn't in fact any human imprint, and yet that piece of the natural world is so important to us that we call it a cultural landscape. And then we have a very deeply humanized landscapes that are still, that there's a kind of balance between them and the natural world. And in this way, I think cultural landscapes can be quite instructive for us, particularly when we look at cultural landscapes that are still lived in by indigenous people, or where there's a traditional style of life, where there is, even though the landscape is humanized, there is still a balance between humans and cultures. Of course, nature and culture. Of course, human beings are part of nature. What else could we be? But there are, I suppose, parts of, and we're talking about urban land, maybe cities are actually cultural landscapes. There are parts of certain cities where the natural aspect is so squeezed out, so reduced, there's hardly anything. There might be air, but the air is polluted. We can hardly see the sky or the sun. And in those kind of landscapes, I don't think we can call them cultural landscapes, but there's a lesson there too, that we are on the far end of the spectrum. We are so far over that we have squeezed out the natural world. And this is the dilemma and the challenge that faces us.
Merci. Soy Pierre-Marie Tricot de ICOMOS.
Pierre-Marie from ICOMOS France. I just wanted to say that optimism shouldn't hinder us from action. And I want to add a comment to what you said about tourism, even it was very thorough and interesting. I just wanted to add something. Maria Glavari Barbas, some of you may know, and she runs culture and tourism in Sorbonne in Paris, and teaching in a recent debate we held last month. She said that, it's an illusion to believe that tourism can be regulated by itself just with market regulations. No, it's in a liberal concept of economy. If there's are too many tourists or an excess of tourists, some tourists don't want to come back again, and it will be self-regulated. That's an illusion. The economically sustainable level is not sustainable for heritage. Just this observation from Maria. I think it's very interesting, and I just wanted to point this out. Well, Celia can answer this. May I? Yes, and then... no, please, let's finish with the interventions. No? Okay, I'm going to answer. I think it's very interesting what Maria said. Maria has been very much involved in translating the new international charter for heritage cultural heritage in France. She's been very much engaged in the process, so we've been able to engage many people in the process, and I think that is essential, what you're mentioning. And we have to start from an important idea, is that tourism can't be regulated by economy or the liberal law of any market. It's precisely that idea which is difficult to explain. Tourism is a cross-sectional thing that cannot be regulated with economy, with heritage, administration, or travel, climate change. I mean, it really requires a consensus that we know is very difficult. In my presentation, I mentioned something I never have time to elaborate on, and I think it's not very well known, but since the beginning of the 21st century until 2010, there are many sessions of the Committee of the World Heritage. We see the need for the UNESCO to have some recommendations for sustainable tourism, and this never went any further. It never saw the light. On the corridors, people that know, maybe Francesco knows about this and he wants to contribute something, but it didn't see the light because of a lack of interest in that regulation. But the Convention of World Heritage was successful in fostering at least the best techniques for heritage conservation, refurbishment, and mindset in terms of heritage. I think in a convention in terms of tourism and cultural heritage will be essential. There's a document by the WTO with a recommendation that is very sad. We're talking about protecting natural environment and exploitation of cultural heritage, and with that word, exploitation. So I think this should be escalated, and I hope we can contribute to that debate. I'm sorry, but since Francesco and Teresa are here, I had to say this. Thank you, Celia. Monica, you wanted to say something too. It's good to be the last, because I can answer to everything that's been said. First of all, about cultural landscapes, the word I always said that cultural is not necessarily landscape is a landscape, as Mary was saying. The cultural term was used to emphasize the non-natural aspect of the landscape, to see the landscape as a unit, as a single thing. And Alberto, as the main head of the program, I wanted to tell you that out of the 4 sessions, not talking about cultural landscapes, or 5 sessions, we had to talk about 4 or 5 aspects. It's difficult to choose. The first one was the social involvement. And there's a member of the Civic and Social Committee is here, and a representative for the associations of civil society, the most important one. And I have to clarify that this Congress is not, or this encounter was not so much about dealing here, well, talking about our asset, our landscape, but about initiating a series of encounters and opening new doors and perspectives, and well, to put all these people together to talk about so many things and opening our minds. But I wanted to make a call for, well, and I cannot help but smile when I look at the different perspectives and approaches we have to landscapes. And of course, as a consequence of our trainings and personalities, it's impossible for architects to approach the world landscape without a way of seeing the landscape. It's a shape, right? And when we talk about landscape, and we agree with the geographer Mark Best, we believe that we are landscapes. A landscape is a system of which we are part. It's something that, it's not something that is outside of us. We are part of it. And I see some of my colleagues that are nodding, and that's how we feel. So our approach is very different. And, well, precisely because there are people involved, that's why we can explain the complexity and layers of the urban, rural, or any kind of landscape, and getting closer to Celia's idea that it's people and civil society who really should, well, take the reins that are starting to have a more important role. Because I think we are realizing that this is not something right there. We're talking about ourselves. That's why to find identity landscape, how else would they be if not identitary? It's something we are part of, and we've lived in it, we've built, worked on, felt. So they're all identitary. And this led me to a very important point, which is the one mentioned by Patricio yesterday about planetary rights. That's a right. We have a right for landscapes because we are landscapes, and that a personal dimension is the one I was missing in all these wonderful speeches, and dealing landscape as you dealt with it as something that is external, and that we should treat as an object almost, right? No, but I mean, we're talking about ourselves. That's why it's so important to get together and have a risk prevention, and in that way, I believe we can better understand what I think we share. And I'm glad Patricia is nodding, and someone else there. So we are talking about ourselves and a system we are part of. And that's it. Just I was trying to advocate from my point of view. Thank you. I don't know if anyone wanted to reply to any of the interventions. Just a comment, talk about the need to reduce traffic. I totally agree. In this environment is one of the things that can be done. But what I see as more difficult, and you were mentioning regarding people, we carried out not not long ago, we counted with the camera how many people went through the Puerta del Sol every day, and it was over 300,000. And this is an average-sized city in just one public space. How can we control that? I don't know. I remember the last time I was in Venice, and I said I would never go again, right, until the next pandemic. And I think we had, like, real... well, people went one by one to the San Marcos, Saint Mark. I think it's one of the most complicated things to control. And if we are all a landscape, well, they are definitely changing, right? And that's what saved Venice from going to the list of endangered World Heritage, in the San Marcos place, not just as World Heritage, but the fragility. That was something that was on top of the table, and it was very interesting to see. But I'm afraid that the future, that's where we're headed, and we're going to limit tourism, and well, we have to make them go one by one into the most populated places. Well, in the future, well, we already have regulated the capabilities of closed spaces. Right here where we are, I think that the seating capacity is regulated. I think it's 200 people. Even a bar has a seating, well, the capacity, right? How do we establish that for cities? It may be one of the challenges to investigate and analyze. Okay.
And that is indeed one of the aspects that we want to tackle, undoubtedly. I mean, how can you stem the tide, right? We are not future tellers, but there's a certain intuition, right? So when we talk about climate change, tourism, and landscape, there is something in particular that actually is talking about energy. The war on Ukraine is actually forcing us to think about the price of energy, but this is something that we should have considered since the 70s, since there was a crisis back then. Now power is 10 times cheaper than it was in the 70s. Energy and power is now more affordable than it was back then, but it's to blame for many of the topics that are part of our discussions right now. You read a newspaper today and realize that fuel for planes is subsidized and doesn't pay taxes. We're discovering new things. The real cost of tourism is probably not paid by tourism as such. And from that perspective, I do think that there is potential for regulation. I mean, I don't know whether this should be created by the markets or whether it should be done by global institutions, but perhaps there could be a regulation passing on energy costs, which, by the way, can be measured. So passing on the energy costs of tourism. And that way we could do away with low-cost tourism or mass tourism, or perhaps reduce it to a certain extent. I think there are mechanisms, there are potential mechanisms, and at this point in time we do have the necessary knowledge, and we have the possibility of doing cross-cutting use of this knowledge. Decision-making would probably happen at a different sphere, but I do think that we do have the relevant knowledge, and we have some gut feeling as to where things could go, but I insist decision-making would happen other ways.
No, I just wanted to reflect on what Monica was talking about, landscape. I think one of the key aspect of the landscape approach is interrelationships, because you are part of cosmos and cosmos is within you, and landscape approach is the best which shows outward and inward relationships. And the problem today is that those relationships are getting ruptured at different levels. So how can this landscape approach help us in re-establishing those lost connections or ruptured connections? Is I think at the conceptual or philosophical level, that is what we are trying to achieve to address all these concerns we are really worried about.
No sé si quedaba alguien pendiente. Sí, Francesco.
To take the floor again. I wanted to add the comment too, because Celia lifted a lid on a very painful memory when we tried unsuccessfully to convince the member states that tourism was really a problem for heritage. It was 2011 or something like that. And we thought that this was something relatively easy to do. No? We are at UNESCO, where heritage is supposed to be protected, and, and tourism is clearly a potential threat, and so on. So we engineered the thing very well, because it was done with the WTO, so it was not against the tourists. Actually, it was the first time that a joint recommendation would have been done between two UN agencies. The same recommendation approved by the respective boards. I think it was also an experiment of interagency cooperation. When we tabled the thing, of course we wrote the recommendation, when we tabled the thing and we were in, with the UN WTO, the member states rejected that. They said, we don't need that regulation. Regulations are no good. This was more the Americans, I must say, just to point to somebody. It was the American ambassador that said, no more regulation, and so on. So, of course, he was taking with him a lot of member states, so the thing failed. And it was really a pity, because at that time, really, we needed that. So we still need it. This brings me to a comment on the new ICOMOS Charter, which I think is very elaborate, very good, very rich in concept. I mean, I totally adhere. I see also that you've done a big leap forward. The previous ICOMOS Charter in Mexico, I think, was a kind of a soft approach. And this is a hard approach. Now we sort of put it. But at the same time, I see, maybe it's maybe you've thought about it, but there is something missing there, because what's the action plan for that thing? You don't identify actors, allies, machinery, mechanisms. If you don't, a recommendation only of principles nowadays is like water on Teflon. Sorry to say. So if you want that thing to be really effective, add an action plan, which involves meetings to explain, but most of it alliances with actors. You have to bring people, especially those who are involved in the first place. Citizens organization, local governments. All these people are the ones that are suffering for the thing. So if you want those principles to become effective, there must be something that brings them into reality. Maybe you've thought about, maybe not, but I think today or nowadays, and Patricia maybe knows better than me, nowadays a recommendation cannot be just principles. It has to be also an action plan for their implementation.
It's very interesting, and thank you, Francesco, for telling me what really happened, because I have always thought that it was something like that, but it's nice that someone that knows really the processes states so. Estoy hablando en inglés.
Sorry, I was speaking in English. Now about the charter. In a presentation of this sort, you barely have time to share the processes that have happened in the backdrop. Amongst the principles of the charter, there are recommendations, because this is a text with recommendations, but there's also ideas to put it in practice. And for me, it was also very important to highlight that this charter has circulated through many areas. There's many organizations that have issued recommendations and suggestions for the document that have indeed been taken on board and included in the document as such. We also thought the action plan. We thought of the action plan. We thought it through. We thought of how we could implement this, but we wanted to be extremely prudent, extremely cautious. You know how processes are within ICOMOS. Everything takes its time, right? So we need to go slowly. I know that if I present to my ICOMOS colleagues that we are going to have a touch point in each national committee so that we can push this forward. No, first we need to adopt the charter, and I know that we will adopt it, and then I count on you to put it in practice. Thank you.
I think this document is a very good umbrella document that afterwards you can define more principles and specify more recommendations, and I think an action plan, a roadmap is quite important, of course.
Yeah. Will be done. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from our audience? Hello. Good afternoon, I shall say. I've been listening to a lot of information and also a lot of opinions, and they all go in the same direction, but you don't agree on how to tackle the solution. So something that came to mind is actually something that we have been discussing for a while, just like we have been speaking of the problems that are brought about by tourism. It's always better late than never, but we are very late. Because we've been talking about the civilization of leisure for quite a while. It's been a long time, and leisure is more and more linked to tourism. It seems that if you're idle, you need to start to go in one place and then the next, and like a madman. So if we think that we are going towards a civilization of leisure, and leisure based on tourism, I don't know whether civilization will become something that it's constantly moving. I'm not sure how this will affect all places, not just heritage and sites. Also, the concept of heritage as a whole, too. And very recently, I've seen a couple of examples. The case of the region of Asturias. Apparently, they had to release some sort of recommendation in which they told tourists that maybe they're coming to the wrong place, because they were reporting tourists that wanted to do rural tourism in a rural environment, but complained and actually presented complaints against the places because the hens were bothering them, because the scent of cows that were around the area was bothersome, and it was becoming absurd. So in the end, they had to explain to tourists that perhaps they were coming to the wrong place. But I think that right now, we should explore those tourists that are coming massively, that in some cases they are being misled, they are wrong in the way they're approaching entertainment and leisure and tourism. And another very recent example is to be found in the avalanche of requests received from tourists to visit the La Palma volcano. I mean, how absurd can you get? People want to go and see a volcano destroying the life of citizens. And it's actually been a tourist attraction. People go there to enjoy themselves. I mean, this is not even philosophical. We're going into the realm of morality. I mean, how is it even possible that we are in this situation? How do you tackle that? I don't think it's using regulations or action plans. That's not to solve that. Maybe education, citizen education could help. And that goes beyond heritage, that goes beyond tourism, and it goes beyond everything else. And in a way, we are all culprits here. Maybe not culprits, but maybe we're responsible unconsciously. I remember that 40 years ago, a colleague, a fellow architect and myself, we did some research on colors. On the colors of traditional architecture of the kingdoms of Valencia and Murcia, the ancient kingdoms. So we did some research, and 5 years or 10 years down the line, they were painting the urbanizations, the different areas that they were creating using the colors of traditional architecture, but they're not following any type of criteria. It was just this facadism, this obsession for facading, right? Promoters and And architects had lost their marbles, honestly. They were trying to decontextualize this and introducing colors that no longer had anything to do with what was being created. Those traditional colors that actually were linked to ancestral aspects, and they were used oftentimes because of the paint that was used for boats, and sometimes these colors were used because the very inhabitants wanted to identify their homes when arriving from the sea, so they used different colors because of that. And I mean, all that made sense back then, but then it became a trend. So if we go into the realm of indiscriminate trends or indiscriminate leisure and entertainment, it's very difficult to regulate that based on standards or regulations. Maybe we need to tackle the process as such and understand this as a set of opinions that in a way need to be tackled from a cross-cutting perspective encompassing all paths and walks of life. Thank you. Here there's a couple of people who want to take the floor. Maybe we can give the floor first to those that haven't taken the floor yet.
We're on. It's been 30 years since we made the definition of cultural landscapes. And in the ICCL over the past 2 years, we've been looking at that definition across the world. And one of the viewpoints that's coming forward is the indigenous. And the viewpoint there is very interesting to me because it's embedded in language. So the English language, which is very widespread in use, makes the tree and the sea and the mountain an it. It's an object. It has no animus. It has no life. And in the indigenous languages, they are neighbors. And they have life. So when we look at this notion that Rohit spoke to, the inward and the outward, and the rupture of those landscapes in rupture, landscapes with conflict, with disaster, with all of the issues that we're currently facing. I mean, part of it is the way we separate. And the notion of the inseparable is about what we're striving for, this integration. So then I would also like to just relate something I listened to a couple of weeks ago at the Organization of World Heritage Cities. The mayor of Dubrovnik was talking about tourism and how when he was voted into office 12 years ago, the headline the next week was, Dubrovnik is a disaster, it doesn't work, the reasons why people are there have overpowered the city. So this is an object lesson in local thinking, in local action and learning from others at the local level. So he worked with his team to define the 3 types of tourists: cruise ships, bus, individual. He said, okay, the first one to tackle is the cruise ship people. So he went to the organization of the cruise ship people, not each cruise company, and said, look, you have a problem and I have a problem. We share this problem. The problem is the experience of the city is terrible because of the way you're scheduling the cruise ships. So they said, we can't change. And he said, well, could we change over time? So in 3 years' time, the scheduling was adjusted so that the pulse of the cruises was more even and there was less crowding and the experience of the city became better. Not my story, so I'm just giving you a summary. Bus tours, same issue. Go to all the touring companies together and have a dialogue and talk about how the buses can be paced so that we don't disgorge 30 buses at a time into the city. same outcome. Individuals, hard to get a hold of. They decided in an innovative and clever way they'd offer a ticket, and the ticket would be just €2 more than the ticket of the main attraction that everyone wants to see. But in order to get the ticket, you give your name and your text, and you can message people, and you can ask them when they want to come. And then they say when they want to come, and you say, well, you know, you'd have a better experience if you came Tuesday. Or you'd have a better experience if you came at 2 in the afternoon and stayed through sunset, because these other things are happening in the morning. So in this process, over a period of now what is 12 years of his mayor role, he and his team have reversed the problems in Dubrovnik. So I would say, you know, what we need is local action to learn from each other. That's a tourism story, but there are similar stories about recovery from conflict, from other losses, and we have very big problems. So the issue of integration is really a highlight for all of us.
And if you'd allow me, the problem there is that we cannot really make tourism or heritage a thing for the elite. Getting to know cultural assets, it's a right too. The problem emerges when there's no planning. The example that Patricia mentioned is very interesting in that sense. But Patricia, oftentimes, well, we know it's much better to visit the Prado Museum or Venice on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday, but the problem is that your job is asking you to be there at work on Monday, so therefore you only have time to visit on a Saturday. So it's very difficult to tackle this, but we need to think it through, definitely. Carmen wanted to take the floor. Yes, I'm Carmen Rojas. I'm head of service for World Heritage at the City Council, and I'm Monica's accomplice in many feats. A while ago, someone spoke about the responsibility, being responsibly optimistic. I think being responsibly optimistic also requires that we have the support of administrations and politicians, and that requires some convincing. Here, I feel like I'm mentally in the same wavelength as you are, because I feel that you've been working on this for many years. You're professionals in your specialities, part of landscape with or without culture. I mean, many of us are architects and urban planners, others come from other specialties, but at the end of the day, we do coincide, we do converge, because we think in the same way. But I work for the City Council, I work in the administration, and I see that there's a great imbalance between what politicians think, what politicians want to do, and what technical people want to do and think. So without the support of politicians, there's very little room for progress. Doing responsible tourism, responsible visits, requires that those that are in charge of tourism at the city level want to pay a price, want to offer something so that they can lower the bar in terms of the number of visitors, so that they can depict solutions. I mean, in Venice it's spectacular, but this has happened to me in Stockholm. Cruises go there too. Cruise ships release thousands of people all at the same time to visit the old city. Regardless of where you go, you find the same thing. We are all tourists too. I'm against mass tourism, and of course you think, okay, I want to have a good experience, so when will this place be less crowded so that I can try and fit in my visit then? But why don't we have political support? Why don't they own it? Why don't they realize that this is not the way to go? I mean, without their support, it's impossible. because you need to be very, very brave to give up on such large amounts of money as the ones brought about by mass tourism. So what is tourism linked to? Precisely economy. The economy of the city, the economy of a country. Here in Spain, it's obvious. Tourism is one of our driving engines. I mean, what happened during the pandemic? Tourism went down, and many jobs disappeared, thousands of jobs disappeared, thousands of years that never came to our country. So we need to shed light on the situation and make politicians see this.
It's very interesting what you are telling. And I think it's also because everything is very sectorial. Everything is very divided. We ourselves discussing nature, culture. Everything is still very sectorial. And I think there is a real need to have kind of platforms where people can discuss together, where you can put the politicians with the technicians, with the professionals, with the responsibles for tourism, together, discussing together. And then we will have solutions, of course. There are ways of improving the quality of our life and the quality of tourism. But there is a need to put people together discussing. And this type of platforms is really missing everywhere. In Europe also, in all our countries, we are missing this. And for me, is where is missing the responsibility of EU for our countries, is because they should help us to have this type of platforms for discussion and for exchange.
I also just wanted to respond to your thing, which is very important, like how can we convince and get politicians on board. I think one of the things that we have to really work on is how do we show them scenarios, because they cannot visualize what can happen in the future. So to be able to put together a very convincing argument requires you to also show that maybe you don't see it now, but if this continues, what will you see in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line? I think we need to invest a lot in that scenario-based planning, communication, rather, which is I think we don't do it enough.
If I can tell something else? Yeah. Following your thought, I think also that we are forgetting something very important. We spoke about awareness, we spoke about participation, we speak about inclusion, we speak about dialogue, and we speak about future. The future of our world is our children of today. So I think also we have a responsibility of awareness with youth of our countries, of our regions and our cities. Because awareness to them is building the future. It's a way of building a good future. So, fundamental.
We cannot hear her. Just, I did want to say something that I was thinking about before. I think that we have people-oriented education. Ever since they're young, since the very beginning of their lives, children go with their parents and they need to be able to see things and draw a conclusion too, based on their experience. So I think that all the efforts that we may do and that we are doing in terms of heritage education, I mean, they fall short. They fall short. And I think that politicians should really increase the necessary budget and the training and education of people who need to show how we must value things, how we must see those landscapes, and how we must build the city.
Optimism responsible that our colleague was speaking, because we are building in a sound way our future.
Sí, yo estoy
I concur with what's being discussed here, because here we're talking about changing a paradigm, and the foundation to change a paradigm will always be education. And it's essential to integrate heritage education or landscape education in educational programs in schools, so that we can instill those values that will cause future generations to appreciate these things that we're discussing here, and to tackle the limitations, so to speak. Limitations that we need to indeed put in place. We need to also consider the type of tourists that come. Cruise ship tourism is not the same as the one that takes a plane, individual tourism. I mean, this has many facets. It's a multifaceted problem. And something that is clear is that something that society has taken on board. And I look back, and in hindsight, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't willing to sacrifice some things. But now, when we hear that, I don't know, that they limit the amount of visitors, or that you have to pay a tourist fee, it's not something outrageous anymore. People are accepting it now. So it's important to do that too, to do some pedagogy as to heritage and also to implement these changes, which are very important. And now about the spiritual part and the material part of landscapes. It's a very volatile and complex component, but it's also equally important. I mean, it mustn't be detached from what's material or tangible. As Monica said, we are all heritage here. But there's no clear recipe for this. Maybe, I don't know, you can document things and make things more material. You can create photographic archives, visual and oral memories. That may work, but in the end, memory is something that is subject to change. It's volatile. Collective memory also is multifaceted, and drawing a common memory, that's very difficult to do, and you would have to define it very well. And also we need to introduce citizens, and now I am closing this circle here. We need to also hear what they have to say about tourism. It's very important that they are made part of the different decisions that are made, and that we try and come up with solutions that are encompassing all the different stakeholders. I'm sorry, but we are exceeding the time that we had. Alberto, will you be very, very brief, because this is the end of our meeting. Now, very briefly about tourism. First, I need to say that they are morally legitimatized to put limits to tourism, because tourism exploits a common asset, and citizens might request politicians to not overexploit that common asset. You talked about limitations to visitors, and this is a problem. We are coming up with limitations to visitors in the end. I mean, Retiro has a limitation, and because it's full of tourists, we cannot allow the neighbors to go to Retiro. Maybe we should set a limit on the number of hotel beds that should be offered by Madrid. And so many 5-star hotels, so many 1-star hotels, and we could cap prices so that we can guarantee that everyone can have access to culture irrespective of their economic power. And I think administrations need to do that from the outset to control these flows. And in the past, we thought that we were the future for heritage, but now we are considered to be an enemy. But honestly, heritage is being destroyed because now we think ecotourism is a salvation. I'm sorry, you're being so fast I cannot even follow what you're saying. And this is a true challenge for our interpreters, honestly. What a challenge. No, first we need to congratulate the interpreters because they're fantastic. We must admit that. Kindly, says the speaker. The interpreters thank him for that. Thank you. Well, I am sorry, but we need to come to a conclusion. We've run out of time. It's difficult to draw conclusions. I hope that Paloma was taking note and that she can summarize the very interesting conclusions that we will be able to draw from today's session. If I had to take one takeaway only, I'd say let's be responsibly optimistic and well-informed optimism, which is the milder form of pessimism. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Vamos a comenzar la sesión
We
de la
are
tarde
about
con
to
una
start
nueva
the
mesa
afternoon
redonda.
evening
Yo
with
creo
a
que
new
planteamos
round table, I
más retos,
think,
pero
with
también
more challenges,
soluciones,
but also with solutions
para nuestros paisajes culturales.
for our
Y la
cultural
sesión de
landscape.
la tarde la va a
And
coordinar
today's
José Alberto Alonso.
session will be coordinated by José
José
Alberto
Alberto
Alonso, and has been, well, in the shadows, he's founder of cultural heritage, a consultant for cultural heritage, and he has over 20 years experience in intervention of monuments, catalog buildings, archaeological buildings in Spain, Latin America, and in the Balkans. Member of the Managing Board of ICOMOS, and he runs the work group of GDS. He also coordinated the Green Book for the Cultural European Book. Teresa and Patricio spoke about that this morning, and he's also part of drafting the sustainable book on the Ministry of Culture, and he has coordinated the Good Practices Guide for the installment of renewables in sites that can be linked to cultural heritage. So thank you very much for being here with us.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, es un gusto y un honor estar aquí compartiendo estas jornadas con todos ustedes. Me gustaría
I would like to introduce the speakers today. It's challenges of the future for cultural landscapes. So, César Hernández Maya, civil engineer and technician of public works, studies in cooperation for development and urban planning. After working in consultancy in Spain and Canada, and also always as self-trained, has been very much involved in projects for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. In 2021, he was climate ambassador in Spain before the Bank of Spain, the World Bank, sorry. And right now he collaborates with Arriba las Ramas, Hope Climate Reality, with the intention of achieving really sustainable and resilient cities and landscapes. So César, whenever you want, you can come and join me here. I'd like to also introduce Esther Valdés Tejera, doctor in landscape architecture, teacher in urban management of university, Camilo José Celia. She teaches in addition to being a landscaper. She's a specialist in perception and aesthetics of the landscape, and her field of investigation is focused on the relationship between aesthetical, environmental, and identity aspects. She carried out a stay in the university, the Complutense University, and she publishes several pieces of news every year, and she's part of the board. She has been a vice president of the scientific committee of España Nostra. So thank you for joining us here today. I'm introducing Mariano Sánchez García, technical engineering in and gardening by the Polytechnic University of Madrid, also master in gardening and landscaping with this university. Also in the botanical garden, he's a chef or head of the garden, and also managing the urban forest. Also, she is a professor and director of gardening and landscaping in the Polytechnic and Valencia University, president of the Spanish Association of Landscapers, coordinator of the magazine The Culture of the Tree, a member of the Association of Landscapers, and author of numerous articles, and also co-author of different books known by all. Thank you and welcome. Now I'm going to introduce Mary Lahin, architect and with a master's in urban and building conservation. She carried out work in Berlin and in Ireland in 1925. She designs contemporary buildings. She studied and manages culture and landscape. She exposed in Venice. Her work and now designing with colleagues the Pavilion Island for the Venice Biennale. She is assistant teacher at University College of Dublin and author of several publications that have to do with the cultural landscape. Also, I'm going to introduce June Bushman, VP for Europe of the International Committee of Cultural Landscape of ICOMOS. He's professionally active for 35 years in cultural heritage, founder and director of Museum Gelvik in Amsterdam. He works in the Coldhorn House and Gardens. He's VP of the Landscape Committee of ICOMOS, General Secretary for ICOMOS Holland, and also very active in ICOM, so Europa Nostra, and other organizations for reconstruction and management of the urban garden in Amsterdam. He has experience in the United Nations and the Council of Europe. Welcome. Finally, I want to introduce Marisol Mena, Technical Council for Sustainability and Environmental Control for the City Hall of Madrid, sociologist of the City Hall since 1991 in planning public policies in several fields such as healthcare, environmental, education, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. She has an experience in investigation for health and environment, planning public policies in the historical landscape, and projects for landscaping and urban planning. She works on mitigating climate change with collaborative methodologies and social involvement in spheres such as urban space and public facilities. So welcome. After introducing the members of this roundtable, the structure of this meeting will, several of them will first of all make a presentation about their work, giving us some context, and then we will proceed to the debate about the topics we have included in the agenda. First of all, César Hernández Maya is making a presentation called the Action Plan for Climate and Sustainable Energy of the Light Landscape, Paisaje de la Luz. So thank you.
Primero, thank you very much to everyone. I thought about speaking in English to make it more inclusive, just in case. All right, so my name is César Hernández Maya, and I'm working on the action plan on climate and sustainable energy for el paisaje de la luz.
Basically, I'm going to explain broadly what we want to focus on this morning. I love the approach and everything that was explained, and everything that was spoken, because I like this. While we're talking about this here, the world is still turning around. We're still overpopulated, and I like to show this chart showing the last 200 years, where we can see that the population has been growing. The world population is multiplied by 2. And this morning, when we're talking about the 40 years ago, there was no one in the Prado Museum. I mean, there were half of what we are right now, and it's something to take into account. And the next chart shows energy consumption. We have two parallel lines, and we had to include a third one with economic growth. We will see that we're exactly the same. You consume too much energy because there's been abundant energy entailing for that constant growth. And well, since we're there, this won't last forever, so we have to start being aware of this reality, something that was, I emphasized 50 years ago in the UNESCO. The Marrows report is 50 years old, and they made this model on what the limits of the planet would be. And they assessed 5 variables: population, economic growth, food, etc. And you can see the dots, the dotted lines. And here where we see the more broader lines, you can see the reality of what happened compared to what they expected. And yes, we perfectly met that, those expectations. And when we get close to the 30s, where we assessed, well, a decline in the world's population. And here we have to talk about this. And since the 30s, all the mathematic models on limiting the growth, well, announced a decrease in the population all over the world. So here is where we are. We are overpopulated in the planet. Johan Rostrom is presenting it here. And this limits that keep our planet working, and they are intertwined. Climate change is one of those, also the biosphere, the building of the oceans, the phosphorus and nitrogen. So everything has different boundaries that we have gone way beyond those boundaries, and we have to take care. For example, Kate Rosworth, with a donut economy, she says we needed a social base to guarantee that humanity has minimum levels to survive without going above that ecological or green ceiling, so to say. So with that contention, humanity can have, well, a fairly good life and not destroy the planet. And if we are here to celebrate that we had a scientific understanding of the world, and it was saying that we have to listen to reason and science. I mean, it's unanimous. Listen to us. You have this image that comes from Congress here, and we're talking about the Enlightenment and what it was said at the time. Also, we have national consensus in NATO. UNESCO even has a particular program, a specific program to adapt to climate change, and it's here where we have to, well, adapt this to Paisaje de la Luz. We're just getting started with this strategy, and we are at an early stage analyzing the challenges we have. But it's a very complex territory, and the city center is the heart of the city. We're talking about tourism and many of the things that we have to analyze, everything that has been dealt with this morning. We have many institutions involved that are working as silos. Even the administration itself has silos. We have traffic, pollution, noise, the heat island. You can see there what it represents for the city of Madrid. There's a biodiversity in danger, both trees, animals, birds that can be affected by climate change, and also the scarcity of rain, outages. We have to think about the future. Well, energy, back to the beginning, everything that has to do with climate change is because of an overconsumption of energy, and this territory needs energy, and this energy comes from some place. We have to think about that. So, light pollution, gender approach, accessibility, or waste recycling, etc. So this is the analysis and the data gathering we need, which is quite complex, to make proposals for improvement. These are broad terms what we should do, and trying to have a comprehensive approach. To talk about energy efficiency of building, or even generating energy, of how these places may generate some energy on site or from a renewable source that may be nearby. So think about all these strategies in the long term. So about water, or how can we harness water, recycle water for gardens, for green areas, to creating new solutions, nature-based solutions, or even land connectivity, not use land as an island, but something that is part of a broader space with connectivity for pedestrians. Also using heritage and green areas as a climate refuge. When we have a heat wave, people have to have some kind of shelter. Also sustainable mobility, which is a hot topic here. And whether it be by pedestrians, shared mobility, people that work in these institutions, to rethink everything. Also encouraging a real circular economy, whether it be from the building materials, manufacturing of products. We talked about that this morning, traceability, everything that is manufactured, right? Even using organic material, maybe compost, or it can generate biogas generating heat, or, well, from the farm to your dish. We talked about this. We have to think on where the things come from, how we manage the land, how things are produced. All the institutions may well be advocates for these courses. Also, citizens' involvement. It's not just mitigating, we have to try and sort things out. We need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, and maybe we have to find ways of trying to take away carbon from institutions or parks or institutions to measure their carbon footprint and do something about it. And also, well, strategies for this, to have a real green transition, generating an economy that works for all, forever and everywhere, and in broad terms, a regenerative society and a sustainable environment where we learn to stop consuming places and start to learning to live, well, maybe in a more calm way, not so far away, generating spaces where that regeneration may take place. And finally, to consider landscape not as an island inside a city, but to understand the buffer area we talked about, and also the city it's placed in. And we intend to use this as a prototype that may be copied or in different places, where we can bring together institutions, green areas with buildings, and replicate in different areas, and learning from other cities in Spain and in the world, and learn to generate this new way of living. And I just wanted to show you this, and well, during your generations, well, and as we grew older, we always imagined a better future. And sometimes, well, this is what pushed the society forward. Now we are at a point where we understood that we are going to crash, and the new generations have a hard time imagining a positive future, and this is what we have to change. We need to imagine a sexy future, an attractive future, and this has to happen now and everywhere. Part of the revolution is, well, saying that it's possible to have a better world, and that this will happen quickly, and the only constant thing is change. So let us all change together to live in a really wonderful world. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cesar. I loved your presentation. Wonderful topics that I'm sure we can talk about. I was going to say that this is from an artist, well, you can see the name there, John Kinston, that he published this 2 days ago, and I thought it was wonderful. So it's not mine. He's an artist that did it, but he draws utopias, and we need utopias to generate a movement towards them, even if we won't get there. Just to point that out. So the floor is yours whenever you... Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to thank Monica and the organization for having me here today. I am going, well, to talk about my experience from a garden perspective on the mud, to tell you what I see, and as, well, the head of the Masters for Gardening, what can we do to change horticulture and gardening? What can we do to change things? Well, the change is taking place faster than we would have thought. No, I came walking from the botanical garden, and I saw 4 species of trees that in 20 years won't exist in urban gardening because they're dying little by little. Even if they are very resilient, the change is taking place too fast for them to adapt. Especially in the case of Madrid, there's a low humidity in summer. So in the case of the Paisaje de la Luz, I also, well, I have a proposal to make about an inventory of the current situation as far as gardening is concerned. I'm not talking about architecture, about what we're finding, what we have outside of the botanical garden and inside of it, to change the things that these last decades haven't been done the right way, to come back to the previous situation, to improve, well, of trees and green areas, to see, well, what is modern as ornament and how it's affecting plans for climate change. Also to study infrastructures, the current one, that are already there, and they have, well, cut the roots they have cut, and now the future ones, not to keep on harming the trees that are already having a hard time. Inventory has been made, then we have to carry out an environmental study of the climate inside the gardens. So I propose some seasons inside the parks and outside of them. Sorry, some stations. And what we did in Retiro, there are some humidity data in summer that do not correspond with what we see is happening in the trees. And finally, the specific studies for the trees. I'm going to give you some example. For example, in Paseo del Prado, where I included in a PowerPoint to tell you what I mean when I'm asking for an inventory of how things are right now and how we can reverse things little by little before it's too late or worse. So this is the Royal Botanical Garden, where we can see the position in fall, well, in 15 days from now. And in winter, I want to outline that one of the things we expect to do in the master plan is increasing the perennial species. This is something that doesn't happen so much in El Retiro. We are trying to look for the shadow in summer, now even more so, because it's important for us to have some shadows in October and November, because we can see that those months are, well, for the perennial trees, they still have their leaves, and we have to take that into account. And in the case of trees, we have to see why those trees are having a hard time. What Cesar mentioned, part of that climate that will change from here to 2050 or 2100, we have to look for shadow, and for that we need good trees, that there's no need to close certain areas when there's some risk. The Retiro Park has a protocol, and we do have one too. They are adapted to each situation to see what we can do, so that the protocol doesn't have to be used very much. There have been complaints by the people from Madrid when using the Retiro Park, because it's been closed for too many days. But the problem is climate change. A tree, and we are talking about, well, it absorbs, because from the roots, an amount of water is between 100 and 150 liters of water, and they are transpiring another amount of water. When there is a mismatch between what it absorbs and what it evaporates, they can be branch breaking, for example. That's why we have to close the whole park, because you don't know what will happen. With the good management of parks and trees, that could be, well, sorted out. And this is a political case, because the tree has been catalogued as singular, depends on the community of Madrid, but it's managed by the city hall. Right below this tree is 160 years old when they usually live for 120 years. It's right when you get out of the Prado Museum, the mums feed their children right at that bench, right beside a dangerous tree. So 4 or 5 category, one of the worst categories you may have in terms of danger. So that's why what I mean in terms of making an inventory of trees and spaces, as you will see now. There, sorry. Up there, you can see a branch that was broken. In the area of the Prado Museum is something to be avoided with a good inventory and conservation. I'm sorry, I cannot seem to manage this the right way. One of the relevant things that we have, well, some trees, a grove that is singular, but Antonio Ponce seemed to complain why, there was a problem with the trees on Paseo del Prado and why they seem to cut so much the trees, and the problem remains the same, to see how we can change in the future all the trees of the city, especially Paisaje de la Luz, the woodland, so that they can just grow and avoid any risks for citizens. Another aspect of the inventory would be, for example, well, this you can see this planter hinders, well, doesn't let you see the problems of, well, the base of the tree. It may break, and when removing the soil, you can see that it was rotten because you cannot make a diagnosis for risk assessment because of the planter. And this is what you have to include in inventory, change it little by little and carry out a case study so that the singular trees, for example, I mean, these trees can live for 300 years more if we take care of it. You don't have to let politics dominate you. This is a broken bench in front of the Prado Museum because of a tree branch, and the Baroness, if you can see her, she changed herself to a tree. Well, a good tree, because you didn't want a branch to break on top of her.
Likewise, in the future of the forestry that we find around the landscape of life, we shouldn't consider as a priority the amount of trees, but rather the quality of those trees. This is the Neptune Square. There's a series of plantings here in front of the Ritz, and they planted all these additional trees so that they could have more coverage, and they're all like tilting towards Neptune, like bowing to the god Neptune. But in the future, these are going to break. So that was not a right decision. So this is the type of considerations that we need to put in place in the landscape of light, so that in 50 years we don't find risky trees here, trees which are actually not fulfilling their objectives. All the CO2s in the leaves, I mean, the leaves are working for us. So if we are to prune them, we are to lose the benefits. So we must forget about the pruning that we would normally do in August with this in autumn with this type of trees, and that way we would be making the best of these plantations. Here you probably see this plantain and this other plantain, 20 meters, and the tops of the trees are already together, and they're 60 years old, so they have an extra 200 years. If you separate the trees 28 meters, the shadow would be lovely, and the leaves are large leaves, and they are precisely what is needed to retain pollutants. So that's what we need. That's what we need a right management to do, and not what you're seeing here. There's a plankton every 4 or 5 meters, and if you actually see one of these, you would think that it's a poplar, but it's not. It's a plankton, and with a very huge treetop. And in our case, when we actually restored this, we realized that this was actually getting into our gardens. This is what we need to make sure that doesn't happen when we create our gardens, so that trees don't go in the direction that they shouldn't. We need to have barriers in place. Am I exceeding the time? Maybe. Well, in the past, when architects work on restoring fountains or buildings, they normally apply geotextile fabrics on granite or on the element they wanted to protect, directly on the limestone. But they didn't realize this 1 millimeter textile could not do away with that 15 millimeter root. So we need to have some space between the element and the geotextile fabric, so that the roots can find a way, and so that the joints and unions are not distorted by the root system of trees. This is climate change. I don't know whether you can see it. The Sophora japonica is blooming here. This is July. This is when Sophora japonica blooms in Madrid. And in addition, you see this this other tree, this chestnut tree, which bloomed in May and also again in June. And that is the effect of climate change. We need to see what to do with this type of tree species, because in 20 years this will not exist. This is climate change again. This is the Botanic Garden, and here you can see the Ferris wheel, the water wheel. But this tree normally withstands freezing, and in the month of October, this tree should release its tree, but because it's really not getting that cold, then it doesn't get rid of its leaves. So the leaves will freeze. They will freeze being on the tree as if they were Christmas decorations. So this wears out our trees. And we need to have a steering plan, not just for the Botanic Garden or the Territorial. We need to have a steering plan for the landscape of light, so that we decide what to do with all these trees. This is once again the Botanic Garden. This picture was taken last year. You can see how the different maples of the trees are without the green branches. This is because of the lack of humidity in the environment. Steals the humidity from the tree and dries from the leaves and dries it out. Now this one has been completely dried, and we have to chop it. And this is going to be the future of maples, of lime trees, and chestnut trees, and many others. So my proposal, and this is something that I shared with Borja Gravante, the regional minister, is to create a national arboretum based at the CSIC and the INEA, so that we can start considering how the different tree species will work. We will have to bring in some some external plants, but as it was said before, all plants travel from afar at some point. So thank you very much. That's all from me.
Pues muchísimas gracias, María. Nos has dado un montón de información.
Thank you so very much. You shared so much information, and I'd love to pick up on that during the discussion later and exchange some impressions, because there's been many challenges that have been raised here. I'd like to move on and hear Mary's presentation. Entitled Learning from the Irish Islands.
Okay, so good afternoon. and thank you for the invitation to speak. Maybe I stand over here. I'm going to talk to you about, we're still in Europe, but on the very far margins of Western Europe, even further than the island of Ireland. I'm going to talk about the islands off the west coast of Ireland. There's a group of us, 4 architects and myself, and we're involved in a project which is about the challenges of the future and how we address them. And we've decided to look at our islands around the coast because they have been through centuries of resilient practices, creativity, climate adversity, because they're in the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and while the ocean is a wonderful resource, it is also can be a threat in the sense that every winter there are very dramatic storms, and that you're constantly aware of powerful weather events when you're living there. So what you see here on your left-hand side is part of the cultural landscape of the island of Inishmaan. It's one of the Aran Islands, very important in early Christian and early medieval times. It was a place of pilgrimage. And on the right is also Inishmaan, and these pictures, I took these pictures in August, and those are scientific instruments that are measuring wave energy in the ocean. So the island of Ireland, usually for the last number of centuries, we've been looking east, looking this way towards England and Europe. But all of a sudden, we're looking west. This map was released for the first time in 2008, and it shows the extended economic zone of the ocean, Ireland's marine environment, which has 880,000 square kilometers, one of the largest in the EU. And this is currently being measured. The ocean bed is being measured, and the topography, what's the biodiverse and extraordinary ocean life that's there, but also its potential for renewable energy, offshore wind and wave energy, tidal energy. And all of this information, it's funded by the Irish government, and all of it is available, publicly available here at infomar.ie. So islanders, of course, are much more aware of this than the rest of us. In fact, probably quite a few people on the mainland of Ireland are not even aware of it. But islanders are deeply connected to the ocean. It's part of their life. You cannot escape it when you're there. There are 500 islands more than 500 islands around the coast of Ireland. Less than half of them are inhabited. These are only some of them picked out here. In fact, these are the ones that have been surveyed, botanical surveys mainly. For example, Clare Island there in the northwest off the coast of Mayo was botanically surveyed by Robert Lloyd Prader, innovative botanist, the early part of the 20th century. And there was a later survey 100 years later, so we're able to see the change in species loss and biodiversity in that time. And that's a kind of, in this way, an island is a sort of test bed, because it tells us what will happen in the larger island shortly after. Species loss happens earlier in islands because the land mass is smaller, of course. Only one of our islands is a World Heritage Site, Skellig Vigil, in the southwest, inscribed in 1996, I think, for a very important early Christian monastic site. And here are the Aran Islands off the coast of Galway, County Galway. That's Connemara there on the top. Galway City is in here, at the point of Galway Bay. And these islands are the ones that I've most been involved with in terms of looking at their cultural landscape and the kind of life that goes on there. I always say that these are deeply humanized landscapes. This is an aerial view of Inisir, the smallest one. And so if you're not familiar with this, those lines that you see are walls, stone walls. And when we look at images like this, we quickly realize that the stone walls are made by human hands, but also the fields are made by human hands because there's very little soil cover. It's a limestone geology. And over the centuries, people have made using sand from the shore and seaweed mixed with a little bit of indigenous land, have been making fields. So in a sense, everything you see there is handmade, it's human-made, it's a built environment. And yet it's very interpenetrated with nature and balance with nature. For example, this is the typical dry stone wall, and you can see it's one stone thick, and the air comes through it. It has to be built like this because of the very strong winds coming in off the Atlantic. And so nature and culture is working together to form a field boundary. Equally, the fields here are made on a limestone pavement. And this is the typical gap instead of a gate. There was a scarcity of resources because of the low, very little soil cover. There are no trees, so there was no wood. And people made a gate like this by putting two stones vertically, wedge-shaped, and filling it with stones. And also making stone troughs. So we talk about these artifacts. And this island, for example, is still being farmed. You could say, to some degree, it's a collective or cooperative way of farming, supported by the high nature value farming schemes that are part EU schemes and Irish government schemes. And they're to help farmers farm in a way that is sustainable and supports biodiversity and supports the ecology of the island. So we were talking earlier about, our cities' cultural landscapes, and I often think that this is a map of part of Inishmore, and the intensity, all those lines that you see are walls containing very small fields, and the intensity is almost urban. So the thing that I think is, what we can learn from cultural landscapes, because one of the aspects of these islands is that they somehow go back very far into the past, but they're also now, I would say, ahead of the rest of us in Ireland in looking towards the future and in meeting the challenges of the future. And perhaps it's got something to do with their history and background. This is Tory Island. I took this picture this summer, in September. And this image is the map of that. So this is a typical Cloughan and Rundale scheme that some of you might have heard of. It was a farming system, a sustainable land unit system, and it's linked to the ancient sustainable land unit system that pertained across the island of Ireland. So here you have the village, the black rectangles are the houses, and this is called the infield. So these were farmed individually. And this is the outfield, this part, and that was farmed collectively. So in that there was an idea of both the collective and the individual forming part of this village to make that unit of land sustainable and viable for a community. very few farms or townlands are farmed like this today. It was overlaid with, in colonial times, with the landlord and tenant system, which individualizes land. So a farmer provides for his family and has enough money to pay the rent. However, vestiges of this system still exist in the landscape despite the individualization of it. But it also exists in cooperative. Practically every island has a cooperative. This is partly because they're isolated, and they're very small communities, by the way. But they realize they need to work together to make changes. So one of the interesting cooperatives that on the Aran Islands that they've developed, Corconum Fuinev Ilon Oran, which is the energy cooperative of the Aran Islands, where they've come together to make the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. They're very interested in what's going on out in the ocean and the development of offshore renewables and possibly hydrogen storage. And this is the people who are in these cooperatives are also in the high-value farming cooperatives. So they've started off by transitioning from a fossil fuel-based heating and light systems to renewable light systems through solar and heat exchange heating systems. Other activities that they do are cultural archives. Intangible heritage is very important in these islands, primarily because Gaelic Irish is still the first language, particularly on this island, which is Inishmaan. Place names, the names of fields, song, all of that in the cultural memory is being archived. Their idea was, the energy co-op, that they would be carbon neutral by 2022, and so that's, they're ahead of the mainland in that sense. They didn't meet the target, but just thinking back on the conversation this morning about tourism, the reason why they didn't meet it is that the main gas guzzlers on the island are the boats that come from the mainland over to the islands, bringing tourists daily, and they're still using diesel. I was thinking that, so this idea that the islanders are always very connected to the ocean. If we go back to the Bronze Age, to about 200 AD, the great forts of the islands, there are 6, 2 promontory forts and 2 inland. This is one of the inland forts, Dún Crochar on Inishmaan. They're very extraordinary architectural constructions, and they don't look like they could possibly relate to the small amount of land that's around them. So archaeologists feel that they, of course, relate to the ocean, because it was an ocean economy at the time, and an ocean culture, let's say. Of the research that's going on, because because of this measuring the ocean, there are valleys there in the sea that are 4,000 meters deep, and there's an extraordinary ocean life in it, kelp forests. And if we are going to be chasing renewables and exploiting the marine area, of course it will have an effect on the animals, the fauna and flora. And so there's a lot of research going on at the moment about that, and published available. And so I just thought I'd leave you with that image from the early 19th century of Dún Aengus, one of the promontory forts on Inishmore, drawn by George Petrie, when the ocean was really life. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Mary. Interesantísima la presentación, unos paisajes fabulosos. Pasamos a la presentación de Jurn.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I was asked to make it short. Let me see, but we have more tree stories here. Let me see how this works. Yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about. The Amsterdam Canal District, which is, as you well know, a World Heritage Site. Here you see it, just for you as a reminder. The first half, it started on the upper part on the right, and then it went down. Interestingly, you see these blocks, and inside the blocks you see pieces of white. And in fact, we should see it as green, because these are privately owned gardens. It's a very specific aspect of this canal district. And if I would have more time, I would have talked about that. But I wanted to single out something. You also see here a lot of water, which is the blue canals here inside. Let's take to the following one, and here you see them, and immediately you see there's something which you can't actually miss. You even can't see most of the houses, and that is these trees. These trees are very specific for Amsterdam. To give you a bit of an idea, in Amsterdam, and I'm speaking about the whole municipality, there are 1 million of trees. That is actually 1 tree for each inhabitant. Of these 1,300,000 of trees are being managed by the municipality. And Amsterdam is called the Elm City. Why is this? 75,000 of these 1,000,000 trees are so-called elm trees. You would say that's not so many. However, inside the inner city, so we are speaking about the heritage site now, there are some 9,000 trees, of which 7,000 are elm trees, which is the far majority. What you here are looking at is all elm trees. When they started, you may think this is an addition of later times. That's not the case. When they started to build the canal, the first canals, actually, they were not built canal after another one. No, they were like pieces of a pie, so to say, and they first did the first part of the pie with all these 3 canals next to each other already. And in the late 16th century, we see actually when they first do the first part of this big pie, you see also the first trees being placed along the canals. At first, these were linden trees, but already after about half a century, they moved to a tree which would stand better along these canals, and that is the elm tree. The eldest one is the oldest cultivar, in fact, is the elm tree or elm tree Hollandica. Actually, that one was exported by the King Stadtholder William, better known from the period of William and Mary, to England. We don't have the Hollandica any longer in the Netherlands. Actually, the oldest trees which still exist is the cultivar of the Belgica. Try to move to another. Oh. Oh. Here you see already a few. The painting on the right is the one of Bergheide, which you may know. It's in the Rijksmuseum, and there are no trees. However, we know that the painter wanted to paint actually the houses which are being built there and left out the trees. The fact was that, as you can see on the other painting on the right hand, there you see the trees. And as I said, these were there already from the very start. They built these canals. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Now, here you see a few of the elm trees in, well, I wouldn't say in nature surrounding, but not anyway out of the city. And here you see also the problem which arises. On the right side, you see that the elm tree is affected, and that is a sort of bug which first came from North America during the period of the First World War. Most probably that caused the first wave of this elm tree disease, as we call it. In fact, new cultivars were developed, and actually the background of this disease, as I said, it came from a bug, but in fact it was a disease. The bug was the carrier. And here you see Professor Johanna Westendijk. She was not only the first woman who became the head of a faculty of a university, the University of Utrecht, in fact, but also she and her team developed cultivars who were resistant to this, or more or less resistant to this elm disease. Underneath, I couldn't leave out my aunt, who worked with her, and after whom one of the cultivars was named. Oh. Yeah. These trees are in fact more than only trees which gives maybe a nice look to these canals and coolness in summer, but they have become part of the identity of the people living there. And when spring is there, we have even an event which is called spring snow. As you know, when the new leaves come up, they lose these little things, and we call this spring snow. It's nowadays an event in Amsterdam. So from a little bit of intangible heritage, I may say, then now to the problems which are coming up. Climate change means also stormy weather and also dry weather. Now the dry weather, it's more the heat which is affecting these trees than the dry weather. As you know, they are standing with their roots are more or less in the level of the water ground level of Amsterdam, which is kept neatly on exactly the same level for other reasons, but for the trees it's very happy. However, after the two very warm summers in 2090, 150 trees fell as a result of heavy storms. Here you see one, and you see also the background of the canal. And more importantly, is that in 1 year later, over 1,000 more of these trees had to be felled for the reason of this illness which came up again. You may call it the third wave, because the second wave was in the 70s and they renewed the cultivar at that time. And can you imagine a bit, normally some 700 of these trees have to be renewed yearly, and this year, 2.5 times more were actually had to be felled. We have special inspectors in Amsterdam who look after these trees. And then we are nearly there. Then there's this other problem. Now this is a small part where there is no trees, but here you see that the quay walls are actually rather damaged. They are not being cared for in the past few years due to budget cuts, and they are disintegrating and actually collapsing at some places. This means that in total in Amsterdam, some 20 kilometers of quay walls have to be reinforced or even renewed. This is in total some 30 quay walls. And here you see how they are doing it, and you see immediately the problem. They take away the trees. If you try to kill a tree in Amsterdam, you immediately get a problem with the people living it. Earlier we said that trees are considered often an it. Well, for the municipality it's an it, but if you have a tree in front of your house, it gradually becomes part of your life, and it becomes more or less a person where you want to fight for if somebody is going to kill this tree. Now here are two solutions. On the right side, you see that a tree is replanted, and that is the official policy of the municipality. But on the left side, there's another possibility. All trees which are over 30 centimeters of diameter can become a so-called monumental tree. And this is certainly the case with the trees within the World Heritage area. And here you see actually one of the few Belgica elm trees. And here you see what they did. They put, in fact, a wall in front of the quay wall. However, if you do that, you make the canal smaller. And, for instance, tourist boats don't like this. And it may also give a question for the heritage management plan, if we may make the canals smaller. And here, so comes in our task, basically, to think of what we think about this. As you can understand, this is, for all stakeholders, a very complicated matter. But I do think that we are the right forum on which such discussions could be made, especially if you connect this with matters and issues of climate change. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues damos paso a la última presentación de Marisol.
Whenever you're ready. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you in this diverse and so interesting because of the different nationalities and point of view. I'm going to to show you a framework of the policies in the City Hall of Madrid and try to, well, get to the World Heritage Landscape in Paisaje de la Luz and to open up some matters for discussion and orientations, because I think this is still part of a process of thought and reflection. I wanted to do this, and talking about something is not spoken about generally, the public innovation. We always talk about projects, what we should do, but this has to go hand in hand with the transformation of the way we work in the public administrations. And I believe that, well, this is what we talk, boring innovation, which is what nobody wants to talk about, and I'll try to give you this double perspective. I'm going, first of all, to give you a framework of the climate policies we're working on right now in the new working framework of the climate policies. At European level, the Green Deal, well, there's a new working framework which has the European missions. We have 5 missions, one of which is smart cities and climate neutral. And this is where the Madrid City Hall is. This new mission, this tries to have a goal, which is to select or choose 100 European cities to accelerate climate neutrality. The 22nd April 2022, well, this year, so a few months ago actually, that 100 cities were selected, amongst which we have Madrid. In Spain, we chose 7 cities: Barcelona, Madrid, Valencia, Sevilla, Vitoria, Valladolid, and Zaragoza. This is a new framework, and then also we have the national framework, that is the City 2030 City ES, which is the network of Spanish cities that we have drawn to work together on a platform at a national level to be able to share goals and experience. These European missions entail that every municipality has to sign a climate contract, each one with different goals. But if there's something different in this new framework in the European Union compared to other European Green Deals, is that, well, precisely not just in climate neutral goals, but also that it emphasizes the fact that we have to work in a coordinated, collaborative way with cross-sectional perspectives and leave behind the sectorial policies in the EU. We say that there's a lot of money in European projects that have been very innovative, but on a climate level, really transformative, very few. So we try to give this new approach that will insist upon the new ways of work. Now, inside the working framework, the City Hall of Madrid presents the roadmap for climate neutrality until 2030 and 2050. This roadmap can be downloaded from the webpage, and we approach the goals and the process that we have to follow with a diagnosis, inventories of the different missions, etc. So this roadmap includes decrease of greenhouse effect gases by 5% to 2030 compared to 1990. So it's 10 points more than the European Union. Inside this roadmap of climate neutrality, we see 3 sectors that are transformation levers, or where we have to insist in a very special way to meet the goals. One is the residential, service, and transport. sector, each one with their influence. I don't want to stop on the roadmap because I want to talk about the climate adaptation. And here we present the policies of the roadmap of climate adaptation, where we'll have a series of priorities. The first one is to diagnose the vulnerability, the impact on ecosystems, the nature-based solutions for climate adaptation, how to integrate these policies and the local policies in the different municipal areas, and also the contingency plans when faced with the largest impacts in Madrid, such as heat waves, and especially the heat islands we have, which has a greater effect in the city center and in the environment of Paisaje de la Luz. Madrid has two different studies that we are reviewing. The first one is studying the detail of urban climate, and the second one, which is analyzing vulnerability of climate change in the municipality of Madrid. And these studies gave us the information, well, to have a broader information of the impacts and by districts. What are the four types of impacts Madrid has, and the ones that we'll have to monitor and act upon? Well, the heat waves, first of all, the decrease in rainfall and droughts, the extreme climate episodes, the degradation of the natural spaces and loss of biodiversity. Sorry, I'm going backwards. Inside these studies on the climate change and the vulnerability, there at the left-hand side, we have a chart where we measure the level of climate vulnerability by district. We can see that on the red area, which is the city center, and the Retiro area, where the Paisaje is inside that area, where the studies show a higher level of vulnerability. The right-hand side, we see the effect in the areas of this urban heat island because of the rise in the day temperature, the traffic effect, and the air conditioner in the cities make that temperatures don't fall down at night, and the nights are warmer or hotter every day. And the Prado and Retiro areas are located inside that impact area for heat island. I'm always going backwards, sorry. If we got used to, in the last years, to reading this kind of information, no historic record of temperature record in Madrid. On Friday in Madrid, we reached record temperature. Well, this year, for those of you who are from here, Madrid in the summer 2022 has had 4 heat waves, very severe heat waves. Heat wave is considered to be such when we are above 36 degrees centigrade. So for those of you who live in the city, you know what I am talking about. All the cities have a threshold, that limit the heat wave. In Sevilla is a different temperature. In Madrid is 36.5 degrees. We have increased the number of heat waves, but also these heat waves have been more intense, higher in temperature. We've reached 40 and 41 degrees, and also they've been longest in time. If they used to last 3 days, we've had heat waves that have lasted 5 and 6 days above 40 degrees. And the effect of heat island So meaning the nights are hottest, and well, we haven't been able to sleep these days. So regardless of the fact that we stop the temperature of the planet, and that we can, well, I know it's difficult, but to be able to stop the greenhouse effect gases, I mean, the climate change effect is already here. Two phenomena that I'm going to delve on. The first one is an unprecedented thing that took place in January 2021. The amazing snowfall we saw, we have all pictures of that. No one remembers such a thing taking place in Madrid. And the impact was very high. It stopped the city for over a week. This Retiro Park, 4 weeks later, was still closed. And I'm going to stop here because I'd like to give a double perspective in terms of climate change. First of all, how you perceive or analyze this from a passive role. In this case, which is the Retiro Park, is suffering an impact for extreme temperature. But on the other hand, what happened this summer, I'd say it was very unique because we don't know anything like that. Is that Retiro Park and other 8 parks are closed because of the high temperatures. Once again, the Retiro Park is perceived from a passive role, receiving an impact. So red alert, there's a protocol in Retiro that's from 35 degrees. But the protocol forces to suspend, cancel all activities. The Botanical Garden, my colleague from Botanical Garden also mentioned this fact. And I think that we have to analyze this from a double perspective. From the risk perspective and natural heritage, but also in the risk from a social heritage perspective, which is human health and well-being. Here, I wanted to show you from what standpoint we can approach this climate change. I think that in Paisaje de la Luz, we have a proposal, the values of this area, the nomination that is already World Heritage is based on its natural heritage, cultural landscapes, and also as art, culture, knowledge and science space. But I believe that to this vision we have, well, is lacking more analysis layers, no climate adaptation, how it will adapt, right? Analyzing that climate adaptation, adapting to social context and also public innovation. How will we manage this type of cultural heritage? How the administration have to adapt in a, well, particular way. Just 2 minutes and I'm done. I have to analyze risk and impact and vulnerability. And here I'd like to mention that not only analyzing the impact, the analysis of impacts has to be done from natural heritage, but from social heritage and the health and well-being of the people. We say that public areas and green areas are usually rebalance the inequality on the private side. We saw that in the pandemic and COVID, how, well, compared to people that have small houses, the parks and the green areas are, well, help balance those social inequalities. And also we have to analyze not just the ability to respond of these spaces, but also the potential to increase their adaptation and resilience. Also, we'll have to see if, and this is a question I'm making, to what extent will we preserve the biological and social dynamism? Mariano mentioned this before. At the same time, as we made the roadmap towards carbon neutrality, we wanted to make a diagnostic study on the barriers to decarbonization, and we did so in a collaborative manner with many civil servants of the different departments, companies from the private sector, and in addition to identifying the barriers, such as energy, mobility, biodiversity, well, the main barriers were found in the governance, in rigid structures, competences. So we have a way of approaching the problems in a way that hinders us from approaching the ecosystemic side. And from then on, we started to work on a project-by-project basis in a collaborative way. We went from a sectorial policy where each one saw the green areas from their standpoint, and the public space, the walks. I mean, this shouldn't be separated. And from this collaborating environment, we started seeing the public facilities with a different perspective in this cross-sectional way of understanding facilities, and also we started to see the public space differently, also through a different collaborative process, through an European project, and we saw that the public space is not, I mean, we tend to see that as a service infrastructure, but we start to see it differently as a city, because with a natural, healthy, diverse city and a walkable city, and is creating a new urban language to also be able to act differently in the city.
Pero también, y por último, voy a referir como 3 vías, ¿no?, para abrir dentro.
And finally, 3 paths to open this World Heritage for Paisajero, the parks as vectors of light and freshness, and not just on a passive role of receiving impact, but an active role to reduce impacts as thermal regulators of the city, and also to think on how we can increase their ability to respond and be resilient, not just from a naturally, but also from the health and well-being standpoint. Also, with our facilities, which is another line we're working on, trying to include new visions, how public facilities are set up as a resilient network for climate adaptation. The active role of facilities, we have museums where we see this from always as sectorial, something artistic or cultural. Why not see them also as resilient spaces with this new role that the public facilities should always have? And also how they work between each other, in this resilient network. Go from sectorial visions to more ecosystemic visions.
And finally, I also wanted to show you this very last slide. You see that there's landscapes where you can walk through with trees, etc. Well, architect Ventura Rodriguez in the 18th century devised this, and he was a precursor of climate change in creating this. Thank you very much.
Una conferencia estupenda y muchísimas.
Thank you so very much for all your presentations, and Thank you, dear speakers, for all your presentations, which actually set the backdrop for the discussion that we're going to engage in this next half an hour, so that we can talk about, indeed, the topic at hand, which is sustainability. And I'd like to get to the specifics of this, because we've heard examples, we've heard presentations that spoke of international cases in Ireland, the Netherlands, complex cases like that of Madrid. But I wanted to crystallize this so that we can actually talk of measures, because we're in a hurry. Before 2030, we need to decrease our emissions, and by 2050, we need to be climate neutral. So what adaptation and resilience and mitigation measures could we implement from cultural heritage management, because we can be a driver of sustainability and an example for others? So what do you think, Esther? How's your voice doing? Well, first, sorry, because I woke up this morning with a very coarse voice, so let's see what I can do. On the presentations that we heard, we saw very good examples on mitigation and adaptation in Cesar's presentation, and Marisol's presentation always speaks of what's going on in Madrid, where the city should head to and what they're working on. When I think of cities of the future and the future challenges that we have to tackle, I see that there's many examples to be found in cities. Very interesting examples that are giving rise to great changes. But the first thing that we need is a great change of mindset, and in addition, a change of mindsets that I think the nations are doing in a way, and the civil society in a way is also on board with that paradigm change. But we need administrations and politicians who are braver, much more braver, who actually take on board these measures and implement them. So on the one hand, we do need that change of mindsets that will help us provide solutions, and it's very important for citizens to understand the solutions. Sometimes politicians don't dare do anything because people don't understand them. So we need to tread lightly. We need to educate people so that they can actually understand the changes that are being implemented in their cities. But I think we need to do a greater effort in explaining them. There's great changes, like what they're doing in Paris, the 15-minute city, right? Carlos Ramiro, I think his last name, is leading this. Those conceiving a city centered around the people. We built 20th century cities thinking of cars, thinking of mobility, thinking of consumption models that we've known for a while, that are unsustainable. But the momentum is so difficult to stop. The inertia is great. So we really need to push forth these changes based on proposals like the 15-minute city. What does that mean? In 15 minutes by foot, or riding a bicycle, or using some sort of soft mobility solution, any citizens can get to school, to work, do their grocery shopping, enjoy some entertainment. I mean, we need to have cities that do not force us to go to the other end of the city or drive our cars, so that we can have access to all these services. This is the way some cities are transforming themselves. Paris, which is a mega city, they're doing this. It's possible to do it in smaller cities too. There are solutions for this. For instance, the Sena walk, until very recently, was
high-speed lanes for vehicles, and now you can walk around there. There's areas where people dance. There's like beaches where you can actually hang out during the summer. So it's returning these meeting spaces to the cities. This change of paradigm was mentioned by Jangel. He says it oftentimes. The larger problems for the 20th century are modernism and understanding that the city is made up by objects, and those objects have become more important than people, and also motor or engineization is a problem. Building the city according to a scale which is not a human scale. We need to change those city models and create cities at a human scale. So we need to ask ourselves how. An example of how is the city of Barcelona, what they're doing at the Ensanche. If you Google super apples, if you don't know them, can you actually Google something right now? No? Well, if you can't, that's okay. Super manzanas, or super apples, is a proposal made by the city of Barcelona to transform the Ensanche, which is like a quadricule. It's like this neighborhood, which is like a square area, parallel streets. And in Barcelona, they have a way to meet for streets to meet that make those meeting points larger. So Salvador Rueda, in his proposition, he's joining 9 blocks of apples, thus limiting traffic to the outside exclusively. So inside those apples, all the streets are conceived so that people can go by foot or by bicycle, and there's a tactical urbanism that's being implemented there, and therefore is extending the use of the areas. They're giving back people those spaces so people can actually paint on the pavement. They're using pallets, they're using wheels to create spaces so that children can play on the street as they did before. Well, I don't want to be too long-winded here, but I think there's many proposals going beyond Vitoria and the Green Ring Road, which is a typical example that we've been raising for many years. There's many proposals that could actually help change many things. With technicians as wonderful as you all are, I think we'll make it through.
De lo que dices pasa por una movilidad sostenible, pasa por...
And what you're mentioning requires a sustainable city. There is a strategy by the City Council. There is a strategy by the City Council. So how could we approach this?
Yo creo que sí que es definitivamente necesario revisar cuál va a ser el papel del coche, o sea, las ciudades.
It's important to revisit the role of cars. Mobility is changing, the cities are changing, public spaces, the need for public spaces is changing, decarbonization. I mean, everything is pointing the finger at private vehicles. So we really need to rethink this. I think there will be a future with fewer cars in the streets. I see that. There will be shared cars. There's a promise also, self-driving vehicles. You no longer will have to own a car to get to one point to another. What you need to do is to get to point B from point A, and that doesn't require you to own a car. So, in the city, we need to start supporting this. That needs to be put on the table. We need to start coming up with solutions. And it's true that cars right now take up a lot of space. So there's a lot of space that we can claim back. Many options to have fast lanes for bicycle lanes, parking areas for electric cars. There's a lot of space to claim back. And just as we showed on the image, I like to imagine a future in which we regain that space. That's a lot to do. Go ahead, Mary.
I was just going to say that one of the value of something like this, or by hearing about it, is that the sort of local solutions are really interesting. So the plan of Barcelona lends itself to the supermanzanas idea, which is wonderful, and you know, in other cities it's likely to be somewhat different, but would adapt to the locality. So what I was talking about earlier was that these are bottom-up approaches, you know, that are local. The local approaches, even though it's a global problem, and we've got to help each other, obviously, and come up with a global solution overall, but that it applies to the local situation. Of course, the bottom-up has to have channels to the top-down, because, you know, you need funding, we need to have government on board and administration, city administrations on board. But yeah, it's the mindset. I think it's really important that we realize that there is, that, you know, potentially, I hope, there is a way out of this. Part of the problem is that we feel helpless and despairing in the face of such serious problems affecting us. And so to act, to do something, is what helps us to change our mindset and therefore change things.
Thank you, Mary.
Marisol, did you want to say something from the standpoint of the City Council? I think we need to also point out the challenges that we have to face right now. There needs to be a change in the approach that we have to the city. We need to approach this consolidated city as one that will suffer very severe impact from climate change. So this calls for radical approaches. We need to reconvert the spaces that are dedicated to roads and spaces dedicated to pedestrians. If it's 60-40 right now, maybe we need to revert that percentage. 60% needs to be devoted to public spaces. And here we're not just speaking of spaces for pedestrians or active mobility. We also need to consider the concept of quality public spaces. And this is a great challenge that needs to be tackled. Quality public spaces shouldn't just be about claiming back space. We also need to renaturalize those public spaces. And here I'm talking just about gardening. I'm talking about renaturalizing, about nature-based solutions and providing respite on our streets. And there's been a trend in the city where we have been drawing from smaller trees, gardening that requires irrigation. And I don't want to open a can of worms here. It's very controversial, and in the same forum there could be experts in one position and the opposite position too. But something that is clear is that public spaces need to allow us to be there. In a 15-minute city, you shouldn't just be able to get to places. You shouldn't just be able to do your daily chores and get to school, to work, etc. But also that public space needs to be a place where you want to stay. A public space where you can hang out. And I always set an example that I like, because sometimes we expand the sidewalks and we have fences separating the pedestrian area from the road. Instead of using a fence, we could use natural elements, because those will also be corridors for biodiversity in the city. When we talk about biodiversity, we shouldn't just be talking about large forestry, large forest masses. We should also allow for these small spaces to become biodiversity corridors, and it's a change in the mindset planning and doing some radical approach to this. That's great. Thank you very much. Does anyone from the audience want to say anything? You're always more than welcome to interact. In the meanwhile, I'd like to ask Mariano, how do you see the urban landscape will change in the next few years? We're going to be losing species because of climate change, and we will have to pick species based on other criteria. We will have to address urban parks and gardens differently. I was going to react to what Marisol said. You can. Go ahead. I will. I will.
It's something that is clear is that if we don't work on a steering plan, not just for the landscape of light, Paisaje de la Luz, but also for the city of Madrid and any other city too, we need to come up with a steering plan to address where we're headed to and how we're going to get there. Otherwise, without a steering plan, we're doomed. I mean, we need to consider bushes and trees, and we need to start working now. Working with greenhouses that will provide those plants, because otherwise we won't be able to find that in the market. We won't be able to produce that. Earlier on I was talking about the arboretum, thinking about trees, but we also need to think of other vegetations. We need to consider what the climate will be in 2050, so we need to consider what is it that we can't get now, which we can plant, which is not invasive. We must take that into account, and which are not hybrids. You know, people like to have this enormous trees, home trees, home oaks, for instance, that are not to be found here, and they're to be found in Italy. So we will have a problem with hybridization. And for instance, I thought that you could access this building from the street Moltamban, and I could see the flower beds, but these are flower beds with ornamental flowers. We shouldn't use that. We should use plants in these flower beds that help us tackle pests that could attack trees. For instance, legume plants that can feed nitrogen into the soil. It is not about just creating beautiful areas, but also something that is practical and that supports biodiversity too. And I'm sorry because this is going to be a bit of a long point, but sustainability when planting trees is not something that requires you to have in place some sort of irrigation system when you plant the tree. I mean, there need to be trees that can, you know, make do, look for water. It's really terrible to put automated irrigation in place for trees. When you visit the botanic garden, you will see that all of our trees have a vertical tube. Superficial roots die because everything happens out of capillarity, and only the roots that are deep will survive. And I really liked what Marisol presented in her presentation when she was talking about the social value of parks, so that they're not shut down during the summer. Well, technicians in charge of the Retiro Park, if they see that if there is a death, those technicians will be held accountable. I've had to report 3 deaths, and you really need to tread lightly so that the technician doesn't get blamed. But there's a problem with communication too, because actually this year there was a Moors and Christian celebration in Valencia. There was one person that died, and the village next door did the same celebrations, and they also had one person died there. But they continued to do the celebrations. But in the Retiro Park, someone dies because a tree falls on them. They close down the park. Sometimes they over-prune the park, and they close down the park in the summer to prevent any branches from falling on people. So there are risks, and that citizens sometimes they need to take on board. But if they go and run the bulls, they assume that entails a risk, right? So we all need to change and come up with a different management plan, right? Plan for the maintenance and operation of our urban parks, rather, because of everything that is around the corner. Have you already done that? Well, that is essential. Yes, indeed. We have to do that. In the Metropolitan Forest, we had a meeting very recently, And you can't just say, I want to create a forest. Well, you need to explain to citizens that you need to look down to see the trees initially, because plants are forest plants, and they're not going to be trees that shed shadow initially. That hasn't been explained to citizens, so when they go and visit them, they will say, okay, so this is really a metropolitan forest, and this is why they did well in going to INEA, which has wonderful nurseries. So, yes, go ahead, sir. Picking up on what Mariano said, we need to communicate more. I see this in the universities. There's children that perfectly grasped what SDGs were when they had this explained to them at school, but others didn't really grasp it. But I think we need to take one further step. I think politicians and technical people need to do an effort in communicating this well. And people, when they see it, they realize what it is. Actually, during COVID, we saw that there were weeds growing on the flower beds, and people were delighted to see that. They needed to see nature finding its way. So maybe we need to work on that. Maybe we need to allow people to see that that is good, to understand that that is good. In this change of paradigm, we also need to educate people so that they understand that weeds are good. We need to change the aesthetic concept with regards to gardens. We can't continue to think that gardens are only beautiful if they have daisies. And people are capable of perceiving that if you explain it to them. So we need to continue to work along those lines. There's different ways to do things. Marisol, I think we need to cease them calling them weed and call them spontaneous plants. Because if we call them weeds, people think, oh no, they're terrible.
In the case of Amsterdam, which I gave as an example, just how complicated things may be, the management plan for the World Heritage is sometimes, or actually quite often, used against change. One example which I gave where this big Belgica elm was protected by and actually taking a little bit of the canal was taken up by the group of the tourist boat companies saying, yes, but you are changing now the plan of the structure of your World Heritage. Another example which I gave is that saying these local initiatives, for instance, by planting small flower beds next to the building. This is now more or less allowed in Amsterdam. So you take up one of these concrete tiles, which are, and you take them out and you plant there a few plants next to your house. However, the moment there is a problem with the municipality, they will say, you may not do this, because you're doing something which may affect maybe this monumental house. So they close it again. And normally they will look through, they will not, but the moment you have a problem with the municipality, they use, in fact, the management plan and say, you may not do this. So we should try to include in the renewal of management plans a form that such formats of local initiatives are at least given a possibility. And again, I would say that creating a platform for discussing this, because I'm quite aware that there are two sides to this, it should be possible, and so that the management plan is not a sort of fact, and that is it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Sorry, Marisol. I wanted to also give the floor to the people from the audience, but I can barely see. Go ahead. Yes, hello. I'm Miguel Montejo. I'm a regional minister for the City Council of Madrid, Más Madrid, and I'm a representative for cultural heritage. First, I'd like to congratulate the panelists. I think the title, Opportunities for the Future, is a title that speaks loudly, and I hope that it will be heeded. And I think that the nomination of Madrid, Paisaje de la Luz, the landscape of light, as World Heritage is something that represents how we must care for our heritage, mobility, and the environment with the context of the buffer zone and the city as a whole too. So it's a symbol. It's a symbol. It's a symbol that also draws from many of the points that you have been sharing, and that we must take as a strategic guideline to direct us. I know that the timing and the commitment with regards to the steering plan, I think, will mature next year, but we need to see the direction where we're going, which is something that I'm concerned about, because here we're talking about having a more sustainable city with fewer cars. We're supposed to go in that direction, but the only thing that we know is that the region of Madrid intends to build a parking spot with 800 parking lots, 150 meters away from the Retiro Park. The City Council of Madrid doesn't want to tell the regional government, which is also part of the institutions that should safeguard this good. They are reluctant to say that this cannot be done because of their administrative formulas. They consider that, of course, they need to support the formula. We support providing this for the hospital, but through a different management model. These are points that actually concern us greatly. So I think that the presentation actually was very timely. It's the elephant in the room. He points at that, and it's indeed a problem. If the way in which we're going to build the landscape of life is inaugurating it with 800 parking spaces, we are going to be the most ephemeral nomination in World Heritage List in history, which would be a shame, at least for me as a Madrilean. Thank you very much.
Bueno, yo soy Alberto Tellería.
I'm Alberto Tellería from Madrid Heritage, and once again I would like to insist on what Miguel Montejo said about the parking space. It's difficult to understand how we're talking about reducing pressure in the area, reducing the use of cars, and also they're coming up with this proposition to create a building block. And by the way, there's many people dying in the ring road, and I've never heard the City Council saying, let's get rid of the ring road because people die in the ring road because of traffic. It's funny that a tree falls down in a park and the park is shut down, but the streets of Madrid are not shut down, even if people have accidents there. And you close down the Retiro, but not the Western Park, which is large, or the Casa de Campo, which is very large too. They never shut down those parks that have no doors, no gates. They cannot be shut down, of course. And these are something that citizens see but don't understand. understand. I understand that the managers are responsible for this. I understand why they do it. I understand why they close it. I would do it too. So I think that indeed we need to educate citizens as to the fact that there's a risk there. We need to let them know that this is something that can happen at this park. Be careful. Go down the center of the lanes. Don't sit under trees that you see a bit threatening. Anyway, and also the cultural aspects about plantations is very, very interesting. You said that these trees are planted very close by. In some areas, it's the case. In the center of Madrid, they've come up with the proposal of planting small bushes and apple trees that really don't fit in there, instead of placing a large tree in the center of the square. But in a place like Paseo del Prado, those lines of trees are historical. This is not the original one. The one that we have right now, it's not the original one, but when it was considered initially, the distance was also envisaged. So if we're going to replace the species, we will have the same problems. But for instance, horse chestnut trees, you know, they are a thing of the past here, and of course they will have to be replaced in due time. So this opens up a very interesting discussion. Those species that are to replace this tree, which are the ones that should be selected? In Amsterdam, they went from the Hollandica to the Belgica elm, and these are the type of changes that we need to consider too. Maybe time is ripe. Maybe we need to consider now what future plantations will be like, so that we can respect the park as best as we can, and at the same time adapt to climate change, which seems to be irreversible now. And there's something else that has to do with the environment here, which is installing PV panels in places that are considered to be cultural landscapes. This is a problem because sometimes PVs are contaminating or polluting for our eyes in a way. There's areas like Aranjuez where individual citizens have a lot of issues to install PV panels which are sustainable from the environmental standpoint and also desirable, but at the same time they have an impact on landscape. I think that this changes, both changes on traffic, and this entails a change in the perspective that we have in the city, but indeed traffic in the 20th century became a monster that ate it all. So we need to go back to normal limits. Cities should be more walkable. Actually, I came by foot. It took me an hour to walk from the neighborhood of Tetuan. I mean, it's not such a large city. I could have spared 20 minutes by hopping on public transport, so I'm not really saving that much time. So people are very traffic-oriented or traffic-centered, and I think our cities are smaller than we think if we take them by foot. In London, a while ago, they didn't have subways, and there were tramways there, and people could walk by foot on that immense city, and they adapted. And I think we just adapt. We have now adapted to cars. Cars have modified us now, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, so last question. So, Ana Bascura from Cultural Landscapes. What I wanted to say that this is a change of mindset to the extent that we believe that we are inside the landscape and not on the landscape. We'll be able to understand how we can sort things out. Solution to the problem, not just to think how to get to a certain point and be comfortable ourselves as human beings, but also all of us as a whole, nature as a whole, or would be the corridors or biota. Everything. We are not alone here. And in understanding this, I do understand that we always defended ourselves from nature because it invaded us. We have to take care of it, and there's a great difference there between defending ourselves, use it, be under the shadow, use its food to take care of it and protect it. It is a big change, not just for us as professionals, but also for the rest of the people. So, starting to understand that we are inside, not even beside, but inside, and start respecting everything, we'll be able to start the conversation all together, not by species, by infrastructure. But this is a change in the mindset. And something else, until 6 years old, you always remember what we lived in nature. If each one of you thinks about their memories until 6 years old in nature, I'm sure there's something that comes to your mind. So let us harness the children and to be able to show them and teach them, maybe us from what we think all together. Although the richness we saw, and we will continue to see, to share it and to show it to the world somehow. Even landscapes or tourism is not just to admire what we see, but how to take home that wonderful thing we see and how to transform it. The thing, being proactive, where do we have to be proactive, and what things you can take home to improve them, not just a souvenir, but in nature and what you see. What do you want to take away with you to improve the place you are in?
Bueno, pues yo creo que con esta intervención damos por...
And I think with that final intervention, we end today's session. Thank you for being here, for your attendance, to the speakers, and it was a real pleasure. Thank you.